It is. Recording is in progress, but I'm going to pause it for just a second. Hang on. I'll be right. It is. And hello, everybody. Welcome to the Fearless Floyd Show. Yay! I know. I'm back. Let me put that up. There. Yeah, it's me. Today is Wednesday, February 1st, 2023. I know we made it to Wednesday. Can't believe it. Today we're having on Eric Dingis around 1 o'clock, depending on his schedule. And after that, we will have Daryl Link and Charlie Danielson back again because today is Nationals Day. We're going to talk about national stuff. Man, I've had a lot going on. I actually misapplied my my appointment with my brain doctor, Dr. Ron, and showed up this morning from a brain scan. I was all ready to do a recording and show you guys what it's all about. And whoops, it's next Wednesday. So like, dang, man, now what I'm going to do? I'm out here in the world, cold, wet world. So I went by my buddy, Dr. Ed Group's Global Healing Facility. And I missed him by that much. He was actually walking in the door. I pulled up and he was gone. So they weren't quite open yet. So I had to wait around, went in and spoke to one of his staff members, shared who I was, and left my card. And so I was just on the phone with my co-producer who I need to send the link to so he can get on here. Hang on, Jesse. Give him a second, baby. And so from there, obviously I got a haircut. And from there, I went by my other buddy's place, US Coins. Somebody gave me a coin. Give me this thing. Over here. And basically it's just one of a gazillion Roman coins. It's not any type of precious metal or anything. It's like $5-10. So that's what that's worth. So I did that. Also, man, I love going in their store. Oh man, they got so much badass stuff. I mean, it's one of those places where you get in there and if you're into it, like I am, all kind of neat stuff in there. So I was looking at some of their currencies as well as their bonds. And man, they had just such neat stuff. I'm gonna post these in Telegram. Oh, there's Jesse. Turn off the background so you guys can see how cool some of this stuff is and what it says, because it's what it says that was the attraction for me. See that? That not a trip? That $10.
So where'd you get that?
You're breaking up.
So where'd you get that? That's nice. I mean, I'm breaking up.
From US Coins.
Nice. That's awesome.
Yeah, man. This is from what's the date on this thing? 1906, February 17th, 1906. And I'll read y'all what this. Not national currency secured by United States bonds deposited with the Treasurer of the United States of America. The First National Bank of Houston will pay to the bearer on demand $10, Houston, Texas. And then this other one, that's a little bit different. This one is national currency, $10. This note is secured by bonds of the United States deposited with the U.S. Treasurer at Washington. Not in Washington, at Washington. So that's why I like to look at these things, how they word stuff. The Merchants National Bank of Houston will pay $10 to bearer on demand, state of Texas. Even says cash on it. Now, I was watching Pawn Stars a couple days ago, actually over the weekend. And there's a warehouse of all the printing plates from the American Banknote Corporation and all the corporations that merged to create the American Banknote Corporation. And there was,
Wow.
yeah, the guy was selling them, dude. And like all of this was in that warehouse. That one's from the government of Texas. Yes. There's Eric checking in. This one, the government of Texas promises to pay to the bearer at the Treasury Department in 1 year from date of the sum of $20.
Yep, Rob, that's US coins on I-10 West, I believe.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yep, put in a plug for the Duncans. Yeah, I've known the Duncans. Oh God. I dated Barbie. Grade was I in? 6th grade? Yeah, since I was 6th grade. So 13. How long ago is that? 13, 47 years?
Time goes by really fast, doesn't it?
Yeah. Golly, that's incredible.
Goes by really slow when you're a kid. Man, as soon as you get to a certain age and you become aware of what's going on, it starts going by fast, man.
Right. Yeah.
I mean,
Look at this bill. Now, this one says national currency secured by United States bonds deposited with the Treasury of the United States of America. Fort Worth National Bank, Fort Worth, Texas, will pay to the bearer on demand $50. Redeemable in law, in lawful money of the United States at United States Treasury or at the bank of issue. And that's a 1929 $50 bill.
hmm.
And then this is a $5 bill from 1889.
Wow.
This is national currency secured by the United States bonds deposited with the Treasurer of the United States. The Farmers National Bank of Henrietta will pay $5 to the bearer on demand. Henrietta, Texas, July 3rd, 1889. It's a $10 bill from the First National Bank of El Dorado, Texas. How cool is that? And it basically says the same thing on it the other one did. And this one, this is Houston, June 1st, 1863. Good for 50 cents. Receivable as cash for medicines. Redeemable in Confederate notes in sums of $10. But it's only 50 cents.
Wow.
So now we know what 50 cent looked like. This is a $20 bill, similar to the other ones. 1929 issue, the Sabinal National Bank, Sabinal, Texas. Wow. Note, listen to the serial number on this note, A000169A. Wow. The 169th note peeled off. That's crazy. And that's it as far as currency that I took pictures of. They had all kind of bonds and stuff. Because you can't use your phone in their shop. So be aware of that before you go in there, guys. If you go in, cannot use your cell phone.
Yeah, they don't want you to know what they have. They sure don't want the government to know what they have.
Oh, no. They have either Headwood Village or Spring Valley officer. Actually, they had two officers in there when I went in there this morning. They had one at the door and one inside. And the officers wait on you. How you doing? What can I do for you? Anything I can help you with? It's a trip.
You can back up and stay out of my space.
Hey,
Give
usually
me 50
cops
feet. Give
open
me
doors
50
for me.
feet.
It's not a good thing.
It does not bring back good memories.
Well, when I came in, the cop actually went and opened the door for me. And then as soon as I got in, the other one said, "Hi, how you doing? What can we do for you today?"
Wow.
I
must pay
still
those-
love the
they-
Duncans, man.
They must pay those guys really good. Tell them, hey, man, don't treat our customers like shit. Don't you
I
do it.
know.
You're out
I
of here.
know. Well, you've obviously seen the 100 stickers, right, on cars?
Yes.
Well, guess what they have on their cars?
It's the 100 Club, right? Is that what you're talking about?
Yeah.
Yeah. Probably a whole bunch of them.
No,
No,
they just got one.
just one, like the best one that you could possibly donate money and get.
The $1,000 gold. Oh, yeah.
Nice. Well, we
Yeah.
know what to get, right? Roll around on our private car with this $1,000 sticker on.
You want 1,000 club sticker. You want 100. Everybody can get 100.
Right.
Yeah,
Yes.
theirs is a lifetime member. It's in gold. It says 1,000 on
It says alumni. Do not fuck with me.
it. No, it says lifetime.
No, I'm saying they're alumni for a lifetime. Don't mess with me.
You don't want to mess with those guys.
We donate to your pension fund. It's not a good idea to mess with us.
Yeah, that's actually a really, really, really good family, the Duncans. I adore them. Very, very proud of their success. 'Cause I remember when they started, they were like, I want to say they were next door to Chick-fil-A in the Northwest Mall. They weren't right next door. They were like 2 doors down or 3 doors down. And that's where they started. Just, had maybe 8 display cabinets. Most of it was coins. I don't even think they had a bunch of currency. Definitely didn't have any artwork or historical artifacts like they do now. You can go in there, you can get autographed memorabilia, sports stars, celebrities, sports cards, Rolexes, gold, jewelry, silver, of course. You can get blanks, bars, ingots.
Sounds like a high dollar pawn shop with all the goodies.
Well,
The real goodies, not the
of,
BS.
Well, it used to be that Kenny Duncan Sr. and Johnny are the one who founded the company, and Johnny has since retired. Kenny runs the upstairs. He he lets his sons run it. Kenny Duncan Jr., Blake, Matt, as well. It's a family operation, so pretty much everybody in there is related. Very close-knit family. I can't tell you enough how much I adore that family. And luckily I've been privileged enough to meet the sons, Kenny's sons, and some of their wives and their children. So yeah, I have a really unique opportunity to see that 3 generations of a family, which usually you don't see that much. And really, really, really great people, just individually. But they also have like autographed jerseys. They had some like I saw a nice little print of Nolan Ryan, Olajuwon, and Earl Campbell that were all 3 autographed by all of them. I was like, oh, that's cool. I was going to get an autograph piece that, just to have, that would be the piece. But they have like historic books. And how it's evolved is, like I said, they used to do coins and currency and of course precious metals. But as the kids have grown up and kind of taken over responsibility of the store, the kids are now buying and selling what they like. So if they really like Blue Dog paintings by Rodriguez out of New Orleans. So if you ever seen a Blue Dog, they have originals, prints. They recycle a lot of those through there. And in fact, since the last time I was in there, they flipped their entire watch inventory. They flipped all their Blue Dogs. None of those are in there anymore. In fact, I think they flipped all their art since I was in there last. So they had a lot of new stuff. So yeah, it's a really great place, great people. If you have like somebody wants to sell you some coins, some silver coins or gold coins, and you aren't absolutely 100% sure you can trust them to provide you with non-counterfeit items, send Eric the link. They have a machine in there. I think it's like a $250,000 machine. They can set that on there, that coin or the metal or whatever, and instantly it'll print out or tell you on the screen the exact percentage of every metal that's in there. And I saved somebody from buying a bunch of counterfeit gold coins doing that once. Sent them over there. So it does work. Golly, I've been running. Oh, well, I didn't even tell everybody. As you guys well know, here, let me just, sorry, I'm probably going to lose my voice quickly today if I do any type of speaking. And it's been threatening me all day. Okay. All right, guys, this is my old friend, Ed Group. And I told y'all I just popped by his place and he just called me back. I just got off the phone with him 3 minutes before I jumped on my live. Jesse was on the call too. Guess what? Here you go. Here's another one of my guests, another one of my team members. We're going to do some things together. We are very.
Oh, that was Dr. Ed Group we were talking to, or you were talking to? I didn't realize that. I thought it was someone else. That's great, man. I can't wait to meet this guy and tell him I used to watch you on InfoWars. And then it just disappeared. I was like, man, I wonder where Dr. Ed Group went to. I haven't seen him in a while.
Go, man. I told you, Jesse, I don't know what is going on in my life, man, but just these divine things are happening, man. And it's crazy because I've been trying to hook up with him, man, for God, like 2 years. And I just never took the time to really go, find him. And that's what I had to do today. I actually went to his place and
come here, girl.
Literally almost ran into him.
Sorry about that. Had to let the dog in.
Yeah. Oh, Eric's gonna jump in early. All right. So anyway, yeah, talk to Ed. We're gonna probably talk later this evening and go hook up, do lunch or breakfast or dinner. And yeah, we got a lot of catching up to do.
Yeah, when he started talking about some of the things y'all were doing, I was like, man, okay. I must have been into
Yeah.
something.
Yeah, we've got some stories.
That's fun.
Yeah, we've had fun. All right, I'm gonna bring Eric in.
Star Fox the 100 Club is where you donate to the police and they send you the little sticker.
Yeah.
And you'll see people, sometimes they'll have 5 or 6 of them on there. But Floyd was talking about that you donate 1,000 and you get the real sticker.
Yeah, you get 1,000 sticker. Yeah, next time I'm over there, I'll take a picture of one for you.
I'm gonna buy like 5 of those.
Right. Right. So hey Eric, what's going on, man?
Hey, Floyd, living the dream, brother. How about yourself?
I'm in the dream, bro. I'm not the dream, but I'm in the dream. Right. So man, how excited are you?
Oh my Lord, how excited am I? And me? Are you kidding me? I'm like, man, I'm always on cloud 9. Are you? Any day I wake up breathing, I'm excited about it.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. Well, you know, that goes without saying.
Yeah, and then there's all the cool stuff going on in the background that I think most people are just completely oblivious to in this world, which is just like icing on the cake, right?
Right.
Yeah.
So mainly I was talking about our Sunday call.
Yeah. It's fascinating. Good stuff.
Yeah. Have you moved? Because I haven't spoken to you since. Have you moved forward with anything on that?
Well, I just finished finalizing my schedule for Texas and getting things worked out here in Tennessee for the time that I'll be away. And so now on to establishing our adventure to the West Coast.
All right. What's that looking like for you? Because me and Jesse probably going to go too. And
okay. Yeah.
The earlier the better for me.
Right. So we're looking at the beginning of March. You know, I'd like to leave straight from Texas and head right over. And so I'll be finished in Texas, I believe, on the 26th or the 28th.
Okay.
So we should be able to be there by, I would say, considering where we're going, we'd probably be there at the latest on the 3rd.
Okay.
You know, that gives a few days for driving. Shouldn't take that long, but just in case.
When are you coming to Houston?
So I will be, let's see. I'll be in Houston. Let's see. I've got to meet with, guess who I'm meeting? Guess who I got invited to the table with, brother? Negative 48.
What? Say that again?
Negative 48.
What about it?
Somebody from Tennessee, who's part of several different groups, has set up a meeting between myself, our coordinator on Tennessee, and Negative 48 in Dallas.
Oh.
Talk about synergy, right, brother?
I was doing this last night, man. Everything's coming full circle.
Yeah.
This is something divine, and I can't put, because I just had, my buddy Ed reach out to me. He runs Global Healing.
Mm-hmm.
And he's huge.
Yeah, that's fascinating.
He's on Alex Jones' show.
Nice.
Yeah,
that's incredible.
Yeah, bro, this is so coming together that, and he's like-minded with us. It's I don't know how to explain it, man. I'm flabbergasted that I'm in this place, and things are happening.
Well,
like,
brother, brother, we've been working at this a long time. You and I know for a fact, between the two of us, we've got probably 4 decades, maybe 5 decades together working at this, combined. Yeah, we've been working at this long enough. It's about time it's coming full circle, honestly, because you and I know the levity of the information that we bring, and you and I both know the validity of the information we bring, and so it's been a real uphill battle to get this out. It is, of course, by the grace of God, but well, how rewarding to see a lifetime's worth of work finally start.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
What's up, Eric? Let me say hello to Eric. What's going on, brother? Sorry I didn't get the chance to say hello to you.
Hey, Jess. Hey, Jesse. How you doing?
I'm doing pretty good,
Yeah,
man.
I
Just
didn't even
trying
know
to
you
get
were on the
warm.
call. How you doing, brother?
I'm doing great, brother. Doing great. It's good to hear from you.
Yeah.
Well, I didn't even introduce Eric to anybody. I'm sure just everybody assumes they know who Eric is. So Eric, go ahead and give you a little introduction to who you are.
No, yeah, you too.
Eric. Eric has low bandwidth.
So been a long-time researcher, investigators, organizing men and women. Yeah, turn on the Wi-Fi. There we go. Is that better?
Yes, much better.
Okay. All right. Yeah, I had my Wi-Fi turned off. So
okay. Yep.
That
cleared it right up.
So yeah, been perfect. All right. So yeah, I've been traveling up their de jure republic form of governance, where we owed and guaranteed. And so yeah, just been a very interesting road to travel. And I'm very much so a humble servant of God and a humble servant of the people. And just a very, very blessed man from the panhandle of Texas is who I am.
Absolutely. Now, Eric has been on a mission, well, for a long time, but well, I wanted to get into the whole Anna thing because people don't know exactly the position you've put yourself in many different forms and fashions.
Okay. All right.
In this movement, not only for your personal satisfaction, but for the assistance of other people as well. So yeah, kind of describe that for a second to everybody, and then we'll dive into this whole new thing we're working on.
Okay. All right. Yeah. Thanks, Floyd. So, yes, I, as a researcher and an investigator, I've spent a lot of time out in the field doing research. And several years back, I don't remember exactly, I think it was 2019, I was approached by the American States Assembly in Texas and Anna Von Reitz, and was offered a position as the coordinator for the Peacekeeping Task Force for the United States of America, unincorporated. Probably the most obnoxious job title any one man could ever have.
Right?
Yeah. Oh my gosh. The business cards were the worst. And the email address. Oh my word, man. Like, come on. Could we not think of something smaller?
Right.
Anyway, I digress. But anyway, it was actually a huge compliment. It was a huge honor because it gave me an opportunity to continue to serve my oath to the Constitution and to serve the American people. And in that position, I was made a chief peace officer for the common law jurisdiction, the unincorporated Federation of States. So in that position, a lot of responsibility, a lot of leadership, a lot of team building, a lot of very valuable projects that we put together while in service. My team and I had some of the greatest minds in the world, and we did an outstanding job of building a complete autonomous infrastructure for the unincorporated government. We worked on border security, port security, LEO training for the de jure government, teaching officers how to really truly be peace officers. We researched equipment, tested equipment to find the best and latest non-lethal devices to be used. We did outreach with law enforcement. I've spent countless hours in sheriff's offices and state police agency offices doing outreach, helping them to comprehend where we're at in this reality and how many sovereign Americans there are out there, and helping them to realize that we are at a time and period in history when it would behoove them to truly be officers of peace and help find remedy for the issues that are encountered by de facto LEOs and sovereigns on the side of the road, because it gets ridiculous. But you know, and I'd like to say that I've had a lot of great success in that. I've established some really, really good relationships. One of my, you know, one of the men that I respect most in this world is a retired major from the Capitol Police Force of Texas. He was a DPS officer. He ran for sheriff of Travis County, lost to the incumbent, because we all know Austin, Travis County is an entrenched liberal stronghold, full of Soros money and degenerate, perverted individuals. So he didn't win, unfortunately. But boy, he sure gave them a run for their money. So yeah, I've been very fortunate, very blessed, sat down with the FBI, was able to come to common ground with them on many of these issues. You know, we were able to exchange numbers so that when issues arise, we could deal with these things. I think, Floyd, I think you experienced an event in Dripping Springs where I had invited a constable and, you know, a sheriff and several other LEOs that came, and we all had a great time, got to know each other. They got to see what we were about. We got to talk to them about what they could do. And at the end of the event, the constable from that county came up and wanted to know that when his officers encountered a sovereign man or woman, how do they handle it? And is there someone they can call if there's a problem? So these are the types of relationships that I'm trying to establish with LEOs. So that gives you just kind of a base rundown of what I did when I was involved with the Peacekeeping Task Force, the American States Assembly. And then on the other side of the coin, while I was part of the American States Assembly, because I am an investigator and I do believe in doing due diligence, I investigated everybody that was at the top of that movement. I did a thorough investigation of the personalities that are involved and discovered a lot of things. And, you know, Floyd, you know me better than a lot. I'm a very direct person. And when I see something that doesn't line up with what I'm being told, I'm going to ask. And I started asking the tough questions, and we all know that analogy, right? You fly too close to the sun. Well, I'm Icarus. I got burned up.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Flame of glory, baby.
Yes, we are. Both of us are actually etched in Anna Von Reitz's history. She's done a couple webinars on Eric and I alone. Just on us.
Oh, it's nice to be infamous, isn't it, Floyd?
Yeah. Oh, the right person.
Yeah. Oh my goodness. Yeah. So yeah, from all of that, from looking into their organization so deeply, I was brandished a federal agent or CIA agent. I even heard Mossad and DEA come out of some people's mouths. So I'm not sure really what they were saying, but I'm really bad is the gist, because they called me a bunch of 3-letter words. And you know, when we use 3-letter words, we're really mad at somebody. That's like IRS, FBI, you're like the FDA.
Right.
What an insult, right?
Yeah. Yeah. So, in your experience, we're just going to talk about the nationals. But your experience, mainly firsthand knowledge, is with Anna von Reitz's. So when you were involved, and I'm sure you saw this repeatedly, really didn't quite acknowledge it for what it was at the time, but in hindsight, now you know what it was. And that would be when the county or state was ready to stand on its own, and then for some unknown reason, everything just imploded.
Yeah. Well, I would say that she would drop a nuclear bomb on us, is what would happen. That's what happened with my experience. Was that whenever there were heavy hitters that came to the table, that knew what needed to be done, knew how to do it, had the ability to get the job done, and were doing it, she would drop a bomb. And it would blow everything up, and all the success, all of the forward momentum would be stifled. It would be stopped dead in its tracks, never to be moved forward again. And I can go through the list. There's, the Hoopers with the what do they call it? The land recording office, not the land recording office, the whatever service it was that they offered. Then there was
SIA? Sign in America?
No, that's the next one, the Sign in America program, right? Where they negotiated a process with the Treasury and were supposed to be able to give relief. We told thousands of people about this. Thousands of people signed up to do all this stuff, and nobody ever got anything out of it. It was just a big old waste of time.
Oh, no. People got their homes taken away from them, i.e. Terry Soms.
Yeah, well, you're absolutely right in that. I maybe I was being just a little too kind. I sometimes can do that,
Well, I thought you were going to be forthcoming.
Well, we're fixing to get forthcoming then. All right. So the Sign in America was a joke. The paperwork's a joke. You're signing over your fiduciary powers to some crazy lady that sits on a throne up high in Alaska over the entire world and proselytizes herself as being the fiduciary of the United States of America, with no one voting her into this position, no one agreeing to her being into this position, other than the foolhardy souls that try to find their way back into their sovereignty and have the misfortune of coming across her work. Now, let me give credit where credit is due. A good portion of her research is accurate, only because it's been pilfered from other people. Beyond that, take it for what you will. She's a great author, I guess. A little wordy for my taste, but hey, we'll try to be a little kind there. But yeah, there was Sign in America. There was like I said, the recording offices. There was the Texas Assembly. There was the Utah Assembly. There was the Hawaii Assembly, the California Assembly. That she grenaded just during the time that I was involved. She was trying to Michigan. Yeah, you're right. You got me on that one. I'd forgotten about Michigan. And then there's the Peacekeeping Task Force, right? We were ready to push a button. She kept saying, we just need the funding. We just need the funding. I had turned in a very accurate, precise budget. We were just waiting for her to push the button, and we could have implemented everything that we had set forth to do with the PKTF, and would have probably been very successful because we had already been testing, doing some beta testing on the systems, and they were working flawlessly. And then come to find out, I'm an FBI agent, so we have to shut the whole operation down. It's very interesting. Very interesting. In fact, what it rings to in my mind is COINTELPRO. In fact, if I was going to say that there was ever a textbook COINTELPRO operation, that's it.
Wow. Yeah.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Something, mate. Yeah.
Well, when you give people just enough information to get them motivated to do something, then you don't give them a direction to go. and then you start grenading all the efforts that they make on their own to try and move forward. If that's not a counterinsurgency, I don't know what is. You know
Yeah,
what I mean?
well, it's a psychological game
Yeah,
because she's done this repeatedly so many times. She already knows exactly what buttons to push, and she already knows what the results are going to be.
yeah, absolutely,
And all
absolutely.
she has to do is go in and get somebody who's power hungry, that she knows is power hungry, and appoint them in a power of authority. And then
Yeah,
they're just going to keep everything in a disarray for the
that's
time.
right.
Yeah.
That's right. Because their ego's in the way. Once you let your ego take over, once you edge God out, right? Ego, edge God out, you're gone. You're done. You're never going to come to fruition. You're never going to see success. You might get a little success because you know the devil wants to keep you on his side, but you're never going to achieve your greatness with that ego in the way. And that's what's really dangerous about where we're at right now is so many people step up as gurus, and it's all about their individual ego. I mean, you know, I challenge them all. I want to challenge all the gurus right now, right? Except for Bobby Lawrence. I'm going to set Bobby Lawrence to the side because he's a little bit different animal than the rest of these people. But all you people out there that are proselytizing about your assembly groups and how you're teaching people to get on the land and soil and you're only giving them part of the information, I challenge you to a public debate. I challenge you right here, right now. Let's have a public debate. Let's let the people be the deciding factor in all of this. Let's look at the facts. Let's examine the evidence in the public sphere for public consumption and let them make the determinations as to who these people actually are. But they won't answer to that. I'm happy to, I'm happy to show my information. I have no ego in it. I don't care. You can listen or not, because I'm good, right? I'm right with God. I'm right with my family. I'm right with my oath to the Constitution. I'm right in my life. So I'll answer questions. I'll appear and I'll be debated, but these people won't do it. They won't respond to me. It's shameful is what it is. It's shameful. It's shameful that people can't see this for themselves. But honestly, Floyd, I think that just speaks to our problem as a whole in this world right now, is that we walk around with these blinders on with our forward vision in a little, 3-inch by 2-inch screen. And so we don't see anything except what our evil overlords want us to experience, because this is the only attention that we have, is this device in our view, right? It's ridiculous. Anyway, I digress.
Yeah.
You're ruining my mood, Floyd. Just kidding,
I am.
brother. No, I'm just kidding. It's just thinking about these gurus. It's irritating because there are thousands upon thousands of Americans that have offered their blood and sacrifice for the idea of freedom as an American. And so for anyone to ever charge another American for information that's readily available everywhere to learn how to be free, shame on you. Shame on you. That's like holding the definition to the word stop in secret and then giving someone a driver's license and sending them out in the world. How shameful is that? Anyway, I digress.
Right. Yeah, it's really sad, and I feel for the people that are still in the Texas State Assembly that, were in there when we were there, that are still there.
Yeah.
Well,
yeah, it's a shame, but I'm proud to announce that a lot of our Texas Assembly members, even though they didn't see in time to save what we had accomplished in our assembly in Texas, they did finally see the writing on the wall and have since separated from Anna von Reitz's methodology of establishing a jural assembly. So, yeah.
well, good. All right. So, yeah. Two things you left off as far as Anna von Reitz. You stopped at Sign in America.
Yeah.
The bank and the debit card.
Yeah, the blue dot banks and the cash card. that was another one of those systems that the PKTF was heavily involved in. I have a large circle that I travel in. I've been at this for a very long time, and I've worked at it from both angles, from inside the de facto and outside the de facto. So I utilize those contacts every chance I get. And I brought to the table several bankers that had the ability to do what we were wanting to do, as far as establishing the blue dot banking system and giving Americans a de jure system. And the first round I brought was a person that could offer one specific thing to get the project moving, and then we'd have to change bankers because each one has a specific skill. And in order to set it up accurately, we need all of these people's skills. We need them all involved at different phases. And I gave her a rundown, a layout of how I thought that would play out. Brought her the first person. She ignored the rest of them and ended up screwing it all up. It's just phenomenal how easily that happened. And the individual that she let get too close was the one that, I was most concerned about, and why we were only going to keep him in the opening phases. He was the guy that had a certain program that we needed. And it was never intended for him to have access beyond that agreement, but he ended up, because Anna fired me and kept him in the mix, that he got in too close and ended up walking away with a bunch of people's money, which was kind of my concern with this guy the whole time in the beginning. I just wanted his computer program, really, I'm like, can we buy it? Can we white label it? Then this is where I'm going. And then next thing you know, he's like taking people's money and running off to the UAE. He's in Dubai now, living high on the hog. But yeah, it's just one of the multitude of things, the myriad of issues that have arisen as a result of people's ego.
I had, who Glenn Winningham Fern is? Glenn Fern, DFW.
Rings a bell, but don't recall off the top of my head.
OG, bro. He's been doing this since 76 as far as the private side. He loves to fight the man.
Yeah.
I broke off our Sunday Zoom to him, back channels. He's all in.
Excellent. Fabulous. Those are the guys we need right now, for sure. We need more people that have been in this fight for a long time, that know it a little better.
Yeah. So I want to set up another Zoom. Okay. So what I'm doing is I'm reaching out to the different communities.
Right.
We had our little meeting. So now I want to reach out to all the heavy hitters in the private movement.
Right.
And then I'm going to reach out to, of course, Michael and Baby Trump, Christopher Eriks,
right,
and Juan and Rick Patterson, that group, because Rick is the, I guess he's the administrator over the reckoningfest.com Facebook page and website.
Oh, nice.
So every time they add new members to the Facebook page, I'm seeing how many he's adding every day.
Beautiful.
Those are potential people for what we're doing. So
absolutely,
I want to do a Zoom like we did, and bringing in. We may have to do one just for the private group, another one just for the MAGA red pill conservative group.
Right.
So whatever that takes, and I want to try to get that set up as soon as possible.
Yeah, absolutely. We do need to focus some attention on pinpointing marketing for the different types of community, which is, I've got a team that's actually currently got that underway. So what I need to do, Floyd, I need to get you plugged in with I have a So we have a leadership call on Sunday nights, and it's where all of our county leaders from across the country come to talk about the things that are going on and the variety of projects that we have and focuses. So just a lot of valuable information. I need to get you plugged into that.
Okay. Awesome.
Mhm.
Perfect.
I owe you a couple of plugins actually, and I'll be doing that this week. I'm finally back stable for a week, so I can play catch up. So I'll get that squared away.
Okay. And I think I have somebody coming to help me for a hot minute, so that'll be a big assistance to me.
Nice.
Yeah, right. I had to go get people.
That's right. That's what we got to do. We got to get people. I mean, it's all about the people. I could not do what I do without the hundreds of volunteers behind me. Literally hundreds of people that have stepped up to the plate to volunteer in varying capacities. So if you need anybody or need anything, Floyd, you just let me know. I've got a great network. So
Okay. And remember, if when you get here to Texas, if you want to do a seminar, a meeting, a presentation physically, that we can do it up in Plano at the Sky Pony Gallery.
let's go ahead and start planning that out. Let's because I know I've still got some openings in my schedule for the 3 weeks of February. I'm going to be there. So let's go ahead and try and start planning something out.
All right.
I've got a good network in the Dallas-Fort Worth Metroplex. I've got a good network in East Texas and over towards, like Levelland. So we could probably draw in a pretty good sized crowd being in Dallas.
Are you talking to Kelly through Michael -48?
No, I'm not in contact. I don't do any of that stuff. I just, they set up the meetings and I show up and do my thing.
Okay. Kelly handles that. That's his people.
Okay. All right. Yeah.
Kelly, she's cool.
I'm sure my people's in contact with his people's.
Get me some people.
You got to get me some people, brother.
Where y'all at? Man, I guess they can't get my gate.
Oh shoot!
I get for living in a too secure area. All right. Wow. Yeah, this thing is starting to look. So okay. Have you? We can't say the website name, but I sent you the email. You and James.
Right.
Have you gone and looked at the website? That's not yet.
Not yet. Not yet. I'm gonna be taking care of that today. Yeah. Site.
Yeah, that's got to be totally redone.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, it's not for what we're trying to do.
Okay. All right.
You don't. We need some branding. Needs
Right.
Just your eagle blows the whole website.
Man, that's a powerful eagle, brother.
I know, man.
Man, yeah. You think Hercules had something? You ain't seen nothing till you seen my eagle, man.
Yeah, I'm waiting for him to whip out a pair of AA-12s.
That's right. Yeah, he's got miniguns stacked on stacks.
Right. Yeah. Do you know what an AA-12 is?
I do. Yeah. AA-12's automatic shotgun. Yeah.
Oh yeah, automatic 12 gauge. Yeah.
It's
like an AR.
Yeah, buddy. Yeah, I've spent lots of time on the range with one. They're a lot of fun.
Oh, no way. Really? You've shot one?
Oh yeah. Oh man. Guns and more guns.
How was it shooting one of those? Just like
I am a hick from the panhandle of Texas,
Yeah, I know that. Yeah, you're Texas.
Yeah, pretty much, except it's got a little more punch. Yeah, it's got just a little more punch is all. The best thing, not the best thing to shoot, but one of the greatest things to shoot is actually a Bushmaster, a 50 cal. That's where the money's at, buddy. Because when one of those rounds leaves the barrel, you feel it on your face.
Wow, really?
Yeah. Oh yeah. 50 cals, a 50 cal machine gun, especially. Yeah, you're definitely putting some serious heat downrange with one of those. But when a bunch of crazy rednecks, we've all got guns, and some of them have really cool guns. These aren't always mine, Yeah, but we definitely like to have fun with firearms.
Yep. People with guns know people with guns, and usually people with guns have a lot of guns and a lot of ammo, especially in
Yeah.
Texas.
Yeah. That's usually how that runs. Yeah.
Oh
Definitely.
yeah. I don't know if
Yeah.
you remember during the lockdown, they were showing pictures of people on Facebook with their gun collection and ammo collection out in their front yards.
Yeah. Yep. I brought about a quarter of my gun collection to the local news station in Amarillo for a special on militias. It was a week long show on the constitutions during Obama's administration, you know, so everybody thought the world was ending, even though it already had. Just
Right.
didn't know about it yet. Yeah, they invited me in to be as a constitutional scholar to talk about the Constitution. And one of the segments was on the Second Amendment. So I was kind enough to bring in a quarter of my gun collection. And, you know, we talked about guns on the local news. It was a lot of fun. A whole lot of fun. Yeah.
Yeah, I bet.
And they didn't spin it either. They just let it be what it was. Right.
Oh.
There's rarity in these days.
Yeah. Man, ain't that the truth? You know, they twist everything.
Now their competition, News Channel 10, KFDA News Channel 10, Amarillo, Texas. They're a bunch of commie pig bastards, and they like to put spins on stories instead of just presenting information. So I want to make that note. KFDA News Channel 10, My Lily White is ready for your lips.
You got called out.
Yeah, you did. Yeah, you did.
Wow.
Oh man. Yeah, they spun me off as a crazy man. It was fun. It's just okay. I might be a little crazy, but not like that.
Yeah, no shit. Hey man, I've been thinking on this. I'm wondering if we could reach out and maybe get the copies of the enough substance for us to vet it without actually holding the physical documents or whatever that looks like in our hands. You know what I'm talking about?
I'm sure we can. In fact, that was part of the discussion I'm going to have. I'm going to look at the information that she has provided, and then I'm going to reach out and have, you know, a private conversation, and see if we can arrange to maybe I've got some email servers that we can use for that, to make sure it's secure.
Okay. It'd be, you know what? It'd be much easier if she flew out here than 4 of us driving there.
Well, I got to go out there anyway, brother. I'm getting married, you know.
Okay. Oh yeah, you're going out there to get hitched.
I'm getting hitched up, buddy. I found the greatest woman on the face of the planet. God broke the mold with this one. He's like, we're doing a one-off right here. Anyway.
Wow.
Yeah. I know, right? Who would have ever thunk that crazy skinny white boy from the panhandle of Texas would be getting married to some beautiful, highly intelligent, successful, amazing, perfect woman, right? I mean, golly. It makes me wonder what's wrong with her. Just kidding. Anyway.
Well, you're going home to her closet, so make sure you don't put a trailer behind that M4 and bring excess baggage with you.
Yeah, that's right. No, we're all good. I'm all in, baby. I am all in.
Wow. Yeah, I got to meet this one.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I can't wait. I can't wait to bring her home to the family.
Yeah.
Y'all are gonna love her. Yeah, for sure.
Okay, so you want to start setting something up for Plano?
Yeah, I've got an event. I've got a big event on the 18th. That's going to be just outside of San Antonio. I'm going to grab my schedule real quick for a moment.
We're gonna pick up Scott, my husband Scott, at the.
Let's see if I can find my schedule. There it is. We've got the war room in full swing today, baby. I don't know if you could hear the conversation back there in the background, but we got the team on it today.
I can hear somebody back there talking.
Yeah, I've got several people down here in the war room. We're putting together a marketing campaign for the inner cities of America.
Okay, you still in Florida?
No, I'm actually in Tennessee again.
Okay,
Yeah, I'll be here
that's why I
for.
gotta ask.
I know, right? Yeah, I'm here, there, everywhere, baby. I'm going to be here for a few days, and then I'm going to catch the jet stream to Texas. And Mhm. Let's see.
So you're
All
gonna
right,
be what? Early next
looks
week?
like, yeah, it looks like probably going to be Galveston, Houston area, 6th and 7th. Well, we may not get there until the 7th. So be down in that area probably the 8th and the 9th.
Are you coming in
and
I-10?
Yes. Well, no, we'll be coming down 35 because we're coming from up north. So we'll come down to Dallas and then hit 35.
Okay, so you're gonna come in 290 or 45?
290.
Dude, you're gonna drive right by my house, man.
Yeah. Well, that's kind of the plan, Floyd.
Oh,
I'm gonna do a flyby. No, I was just kidding. But yeah, I
okay.
did want to be on that side of
Okay.
Houston first. Because I want to, there's a few, you know how it is, there's a few people over there I need to stop in and say hi to. And I've got on the 9th, Porter, Texas. And then we've got the 18th in the San Antonio area. And then I've got a few small events here and there. So we could do the best. Well, let's see, there's Johnson County, Dallas. Okay, so that last week, the 21st,
All right.
that week. So like I would say anytime from the 20th through I've got Johnson County down here twice. What's up with that? I'm gonna have to verify a couple of things
That's
here
fine,
before
yeah,
I can, but I think that
get with
last week
Angie.
that week of the 20th, I think that would be the perfect week. That gives us several weeks to still be able to get this out there to people, right? To get it out there in the sphere. I've got, we're real close to the Republic down there, to the Republic headquarters. And so I know, several hundred people right there in the area, the DFW area, that definitely want to attend something. And then, of course, we've got, that area overall is thousands of sovereigns there. So,
Right. Yeah. Glenn Fern's there. He's still in the Republic of Texas. He has all those guys.
Yeah. And we can get those guys from over in East Texas too, near Taylor, because it's just a couple hours away. So, Abilene's not too far, level land, all that. We should be able to draw a pretty good crowd.
Would hope so.
Yeah.
Absolutely. So we need to line up who's going to speak and speak about what.
Okay. All right. Well, we all know what Eric likes to talk about. So
right.
Yeah.
But this gallery is so large, Eric, that you could literally be in one wing doing your presentation, and there could literally be somebody else over in the other wing doing another presentation, while somebody's other end of your wing doing another presentation. It's that big. This place is huge.
Okay, perfect.
Fully stocked bar with a bar and a bar back. I mean, this place is so freaking cool.
Well, we'll talk about all this, Floyd, because there's some big events that are going on in Texas around that same time. And I have some contacts in the alt-right media, as you know. And we could probably arrange to get some of the speakers that are going to be at some of these other events to come on board with what we're trying to do here. So we'll work on that. It'd be nice to get like Ann Vandersteel or somebody like that to come and speak.
Michael will be there. Michael will come.
Michael, yeah, that would be good. And then, maybe get a couple of people out of the community. Like I know of a couple of integrated medical doctors that we could probably get to show up and give a seminar on integrated medicine in the new paradigm, right? Establishing PMA, operating an apothecary and a normal practice together. And all these different types of topics. We could probably get somebody for that. Yeah, I think we could plan something decent real quick.
Yeah, Ed may even go with me and do that.
Oh, that'd
Ed,
be cool.
yeah. Yeah,
That'd be
it's,
real cool.
yeah, because, open people up and be an all-day thing, or I don't know, which we'll have to put it together. So,
Yeah.
yeah, I think we can draw a big crowd using our resources.
Yeah, and you know what else we could do is we could plan for a real large event like late in the summer,
Right.
and we could go ahead and start because if I have 3 or 4 months to plan something out, I can definitely get some big people to show up for for a speaking engagement spot. Get them in, come give their presentation type of deal. And so if we had several months to plan that out, and we could, focus on ticket sales for a few months, I bet we could do a pretty good large fundraising event for the movement, which is really what we need to do. It's funny, Floyd. I do not believe people should be paying for freedom. Like, right, you get the information, figure it out, do it on your own. That's how you learn how to be a sovereign man or woman. Nobody can do it for you, and no one should be charging you for that. I mean, unless you're doing processes, then that's a different story, right? If you're getting into a bunch of, oh, I need to have trusts and PMAs, and oh, I want to do, this process or that, you should be paying for that. But just to get on the land should be free to everyone. And so I really have always felt very strongly about this. And I've always given everything that I have to the movement. I mean, every single ounce that I have, whether it be energy or money, it goes into what we're doing here. And so I've always had a real serious aversion to asking for donations. But my team
right,
is not afraid to ask. And so they've been putting the pressure on me. So I'm trying to make this transition. I know, and it's equitable is what it is. It's called an equitable exchange because we offer a lot.
Yeah,
but so we do want to start asking the public for donations. Freedomfromslavery.com is a growing resource. We travel around the country. We do speaking engagements. We'll help you with outreach to law enforcement. We'll help you with outreach to your county officials, to your state officials. We'll help you in establishing your de jure republic. We're all about support. We're all about finding answers. We're all about working together as a team to make sure that every sovereign man and woman can build a community that they need. And 99% of everything we do comes out of our own pockets. And so we do need to start asking donations. So if you could, anybody that's listening, be kind enough to go to freedomfromslavery.com and click on the donate button. We right now are trying to fundraise because, as we've mentioned earlier in this call with Floyd, we're trying to get out to California for a big research project that could benefit the masses. And these aren't just light things that happen. These are things that, we have people look at. We determine the value, the validity before we even take the adventure. To ensure that the adventure is going to pay dividend. So we would like to ask for donations for things like this, these types of initiatives, and to keep us in gas money and food while we travel the country to come to your communities to help you specifically. And if you haven't already reached out to us to get it plugged in, please do so. But if you could be kind enough to donate even $1, is great. It is greatly appreciated. Everything is greatly appreciated. So anyway, just freedomfromslavery.com. Thanks, Floyd, for letting me plug myself there.
Hang on 1 second here.
Yeah, no worries.
Where you're going. Also subscribe to the newsletter. It's on the website. I have it pulled up right now.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, I'm glad. Thanks for pointing that out, Floyd.
Yeah,
I'll get all this down one day. I'll be a media personality before you know it. You just got to be patient.
You're in the right place. So go ahead and stay there. I'm sure you're going to have people take care of this later.
Well, good, because that's exactly where I like to be, is in the background.
Yeah, right.
That way. Yeah, well, I mean, I've got work to do. I can't be out here playing patty cake with talking heads. I got real stuff to do.
Right. So if I call this number right here, this 931-994-2725, who's answering that?
Typically that's going to be one of our team members. It could be Angie or one of the other members of the team, just depending on the day and time. We try and answer that phone 24 hours a day. We do return calls. We do respond to text messages. So yeah, please feel free to reach out, especially if you'd like to set up a town hall, because we've got a lot of time on the road between Tennessee and Texas, and then between Texas and California. So if you're somewhere along the route and you'd like to set up a town hall, we'd love to do that. We'd love to help you. We've got the marketing materials and strategies to help you get the word out to your community. There's no charge on any of that stuff. We ask for a love offering during the presentation, and no expectations. So if you'd like to have us come and speak in your county, please let us know. And then when we leave California, we're going to be coming back through Utah. We're going to spend a little time out in the West, probably at least a week or so. We'll take our time coming back here to Tennessee.
Okay. I have a question. Somebody's coffee in AM. I had no idea we even had a de jure government in our states or de jure peace officers. How do we even find out where these people are? This is a great interview. Thank you.
Well, you found your connecting point. There's not a lot of de jure peace officers. I'm currently interviewing people and considering people to be a part of my team. There are definitely de jure governments that are starting at the county levels. This is not what most people are used to, because this is a very grassroots, county up type of movement instead of top down. So yeah, we've got lots of counties throughout the country that are in the process in some degree or another of reestablishing their original de jure republic. So it's actually, yeah, it's amazing how much has been happening in the background over the course of the past 20 years that people are unaware of. So we're glad that you were able to join us and catch wind of this.
Yeah, absolutely. Okay. Any other questions over here? Do y'all have any questions for Eric? Or just about the nationalist movement in whole? You're very hungry. Where can you start? Well, give us a minute, Reynaldo. We are putting everything together. We're trying to find the tips of the spear of each movement, because all these different movements, and I'm going to just show you just like this. Okay, you got the nationalist movement over here. All these people are nationals or want to be nationals or think they're nationals, whatever. Then you have the red pill, MAGA, patriot, conservative movement over here. Then you have all these people over here who are in the private, that are chasing this through some different way, through 1099, W-4, the redemption process, SPC process, et cetera, et cetera. Okay, so you have all these groups, but we're all trying to go to the same freaking place. We're all trying to get free of the de facto usury government and institutions. So we're all going to the same place. Yeah. So I'm in this unique position to bring these people together. So what I'm doing is looking for those top people in that movement, bring them together, put them in a room, sit down, do our presentation, and say, okay, this is what we got, guys. What do you think? Are you in? And then, of course, they're going to want to see all our material. So we better have a nice either PowerPoint presentation or a physical presentation we could submit to them they can look at.
Sure.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. When we come, as you and I and James and Michael talk afterwards, we got to come proper, and it's got to be, yeah, it's got to be spot on. No half stepping.
Yeah, we've got our Exodus 18 PowerPoint. We're doing a little fine tuning on that. And then, I've got a lot of research material and we'll work on getting a PowerPoint put together on that too. Because I don't want to overload, because, like, just for example, the 13th Amendment alone, that issue, I've got 200 pages worth of research and reference material to share.
Right.
I don't want to kill them. So we'll put together some PowerPoints on each particular. We'll even do the 13th Amendment, 14th Amendment, Treaty of Paris. We can go through the list and do a PowerPoint on each one to ensure that we can either put it all together as one big presentation, or we can pick and choose how we put it together. But as long as we have all the slides ready, we should be good to go, Floyd.
Right. Timothy Bolus asks, when are you coming to Illinois?
To Illinois. Oh, that's a good one. Glad to hear Illinois sounding off. I will be back. I will be back out in Tennessee towards the end of March. Will probably actually be the 1st of April, to be more accurate. And so we can schedule something for then. And then I have divided the country into 2 halves. We have a west and an east at the time, and we have coordinators on both sides. And so we can always schedule something sooner if you'd like. They're quite capable speakers, very knowledgeable. In fact, I wouldn't have them in their position if I didn't trust them with the information. So we can always arrange for one of them to come out and speak as well. So anything we can do to help, just let us know. Reach out to us on the website and in the notes when you sign up for the newsletter. Just let us, a little brief description of what you're interested in, or just send us an email directly.
Absolutely. Let's see. Illinois. Are you familiar with Kirk of Kirk's Law Corner, Eric?
I am familiar with Kirk.
Cash. Yeah, I know you emailed me yesterday. I haven't gotten to my emails yet today. Just because I didn't have time this morning, so I had to burn off very early. But I'll get to them later today. Kind of time frame do you think we'll be able to reach out to the public with this, Eric?
That's a tough one, Floyd.
2 weeks, 3 weeks?
Let's see. With what specifically? Let me clarify the question before I answer. What we've been working on, we're fixing to go out to California to work on?
Yeah, just a general purview of what it is, so people
Yeah,
can
I would
digest
say,
it.
yeah, I would say let's plan for, let's see, let's plan for 3 weeks to do an initial rollout. And then that gives us another 3 weeks to complete our due diligence so that we can come back with what we found.
Okay. You have somebody who can do websites?
Yeah, sort of. I do.
Okay.
I have. He's kind of backed up right now.
Right.
But I bet we can. If he can't do it, I've got other people. I just need to reach out.
Okay.
I just
Yeah.
don't want to stick my foot in my mouth.
That's fine. Yeah, we'll cross that bridge when we get to it. Okay. Yeah, this is coming together. One word, describe Sunday.
Phenomenal.
Yeah.
Yeah. Phenomenal for sure.
Yeah. It's almost speechless.
Well, yeah, because
if it is what it is, it's
phenomenal's like when my children were born, or when this beautiful woman said yes that she'll marry me. That's phenomenal. So that's how big Sunday was. It's like one of those
courted
moments.
you from the way you've been talking.
Oh no. I just we're the guys. I talk trash. Sorry. No, definitely. I got on my hands and knees for this one. I would grovel like a dog, no doubt.
I hope she's got a video.
I'm just kidding. I'd never do that for anybody, but I would do it for the Lord. I would go on my hands and knees and crawl on my tummy if I had to for the Lord, but not for another breathing creature.
Yeah, absolutely. Timothy, you were talking about when Eric's going to come to Illinois. Eric is going to be on my show every Wednesday at 1:00. If he wants to come on early, that's fine. If he wants to come on a little bit later, that's fine too. I work with his schedule, but you can always count on getting an update from Eric on Wednesday. And even if he's booked all day on Wednesday, I will talk to him on the phone before the show and get the update and relay it to you guys.
Yeah.
So
very, very grateful for you, Floyd, and your allowing me to use your platform like you are. I'm very, very, very grateful. I want to throw out a teaser real quick. I want to drop a little teaser for everybody. So I work not only in the United States of America, but I also work internationally. We have teams in multiple countries on 4 different continents. And we have a lot of very big hitters. One of my colleagues actually has a PhD in law and has been an accredited law professor for her entire adult life. And she has come over to the right side of things. And she's put together a college level curriculum for the common law and sovereignty. It's probably about a 2-year program. That's, kind of what we're looking at. That's how we set it up. It was done in Spanish. It's already completed, and the class has been given 2 times very successfully. And we are currently in the process of translating that into English. So that resource will be available. That will be something that costs because this has taken a lot of effort and work to put together. And then, of course, there's the translation and so forth. So we'll be bringing that to the general population here pretty quick, I would think in the next 30 days. But because of this international work that I do, I've been asked to step into a very unique position in the international jurisdiction and also here in the United States of America. And so next week, I'd like to give an announcement as to what these positions are and how they work together and how they serve the people of the United States of America and the world. So make sure you tune in next Wednesday. You don't want to miss the announcement. It's going to be big. I don't hear you, Floyd. I don't hear you at all. You're muted, buddy.
you're doing that next Wednesday here on my show?
Next Wednesday here on the Fearless Floyd Show, brother.
Oh, Jesus Christ. Well, thank you for that.
Absolutely, brother. Absolutely. Yeah.
Wow.
Hey, we use proper names here, not titles.
Yeah.
Correct.
Yeah.
Oh, well, I've got something to deal with you off the record on that. If you guys want to become a knight, y'all let me know. I can get a sir before your name.
A sir before my name.
Absolutely.
Oh, yeah. I like my humble self, my just simple little Christian Eric.
But Sir Eric Dingis just sounds like out of this world, doesn't it? I mean,
Yeah, it does. It does. It's got a nice ring to it, but it sounds, I don't know.
almost pretentious.
Yeah, a little pretentious. Yeah. It's a lot different than what my mom called me when I was being grown up. You know what I mean? So I don't know how that works, but it just seems like the total polar opposite of what I used to be called.
Right. Yeah. No joke. No.
Oh,
joke.
shoot.
That's crazy. Wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
So, man, we have a big announcement. We have a big show coming up next Wednesday. I didn't realize that. That's
Yeah.
awesome.
Yeah. It's going to be earth shattering. We have, we're finally crossing a threshold. We're finally crossing a threshold. And because of that, things are going to explode this year in 2023. In fact, I can almost promise that this will be a year that will go down in global history as far as sovereignty and where that fits in this world. So super exciting stuff.
Yeah. I just don't even know what to tell people about this year. So we have 2 shitty years in a row.
Yeah. Well, but you know what, Floyd? That's 2 shitty years in 10 years. That's actually pretty good average. I'm just saying. Man. I mean, as far as this movement goes, that's pretty good. Yeah.
Yeah, but we're not going to talk about the odds that created all that. You know what I mean? Remember? Yeah, 2%.
Yeah, 2%. Yeah.
2%. Yeah, well, hang on. Let's run out and prevent that 2% from.
Yeah. Well,
That's insane.
The country boy will survive, brother.
Absolutely. Yeah. Yes, sir. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh,
hey, you know what I'd like to do real quick?
Yeah.
I need to plug something. Again, I'm learning about all this stuff. But I do a lot of work with some of the people over at Brighteon, some of the personalities over there, and I'm very grateful for what they do.
At where?
At Brighteon
Oh, okay.
Television.
Okay.
I work, I do some work with some of their figures, their public figures over there. And, I'm very grateful for them giving me the access and the opportunities that they are. And so I want to plug them. And I'd also like to plug one of their sponsors who I absolutely believe in because of the necessity of the product they bring more than anything.
Right.
It's more about just the product than it is any other aspect, but Sat Phone 123. These are actually very handy to have in your kit, especially if you have, like I do, children, that are dear to your heart but far away from your touch. So when you want to reach out and touch them during that catastrophic moment, that Sat Phone will come in very handy.
What was their website, Eric?
Sat Phone 123.
Sat Phone 123.
And Brighteon TV, Bob the Plumber, CLO2TV.com to be exact. Make sure I get that out there, Bob the Plumber.
Don't see anything for Sat Phone 123. Sat Phone store?
No, may not. I know they've got a link
They
on
in Miami?
Brighteon. Yeah, I believe so. Yeah, I believe they are. They're I know they advertise on the Brighteon network.
Is that Steve Quayle stuff?
Could very well be. I'm just becoming familiar with the country, but I know a little bit. I've been told a little bit about the products. I'm actually going to be trying one out here over the next couple of months. But it looks like everything is high quality. The services that are offered are, pretty much standardized now with Sat phones. But yeah, they do contribute to what we're doing by contributing and supporting Brighteon TV. So I just want to make special, make sure I mention them here because we're very grateful for what they do and supporting. So
are they Sat 123 or Sat?
There you go.
Okay.
There you go. Yeah, there you go. See how much of a rookie I am?
Oh,
I don't even know who I'm plugging, man. I'm just plugging.
You're just plugging. I'm just plugging away.
I'm plugging away, buddy. That's it.
Where it's over there plugging away. I guess that's where the term came from, right?
That's right. That's right. You know,
Nice.
one of the things I like most about your show, Floyd, is it's just like any other phone conversation we have.
Yeah, you know, that's kind of why I wanted to make it, because I was having all these just incredible phone conversations with people late at night. And I'm like, ah, man, I wish I would have recorded that. You know, that was,
Right.
yeah, it's like I'm not going to remember all of it for one. And yeah, so
Yeah.
I'm looking for their website. I don't see it under that.
Let me see if I can find it here, Floyd.
Man, I see a YouTube video.
Oh, hey, you know what? I just pulled up an article. U.S. Supreme Court says no license necessary to drive automobile on public roads, dated July 21st, 2015.
Right.
Yeah. What are we doing here, people? Why do you submit? You don't have to. Let's see here.
Yeah, well, have their stuff ready next Wednesday, and that way, you know, I can pop it up here on the screen. That way, people can see it and put the contact information in the description below.
Yeah, I will for sure. I will.
Yeah, and hopefully, when I get some assistance, you may want to have Angie reach out to me, because I want to start looking for sponsors and advertisers.
Yes, definitely. That's something that we are also getting ready to engage in as well.
Right. Well, for your segment for this show, you know, we should need to try to find something that's in harmony with what our topic and genre is about.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think I might have I think I might have a couple sponsors already. You know, we've kind of had the conversation a few times, and I just haven't felt like I've been in a position to accept something like that, because if I accept that, I want to be able to really produce, right? I want to make sure that I honor what it is that they're bringing to offer us.
Right.
And we're just now getting established and have our teams put together appropriately to where we can handle marketing, we can handle web design, we can handle email. You know what I mean? So
Yeah. Oh, absolutely.
We're ready for it now. So
I mean, I've set up an advertising company that advertised all across the country. So yeah, I know how to do all that: marketing, advertising, branding, all that. It's just,
there's an art to it, man. It's a science for sure.
yeah, and you have to you know, one person can't do everything. You have to have a team.
That's right.
To do it, but you have to have somebody that knows what they're doing at the top to make the final decision on stuff. When you come over to my house, you'll see how my office is set up, and you're like, okay, that's pretty cool how you got that.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to it. I know you've been doing a lot of work, so
Yeah, I have like a big sheet of plastic up on my wall, and I have these special pens that you can write on glass and plastic and wipe it right off. And that's where I you know, put up there. It's my idea board.
Yeah. Hey, while I'm walking through the war room, I'm going to make mention of something so that Angie will notate it for me. But I need to get you, Floyd, in touch with Andrew McGarry. He's a documentary filmmaker that I've been working with. Great guy. He's got some great work that he's done. Be a great guest for one of your shows.
Okay. Yeah. I'm always looking for guests. Anybody that you know, want to promote, produce, like, you know. Yeah. Send them my way.
Yeah, definitely. We got to start building this network together, right?
Yes, absolutely. Yeah, we all have to work together.
Connect all the dots.
Yeah, Chris, Baby Trump, he's going to try to get me on the PPN, Patriot Party News.
Man, that's awesome.
Yeah, it's really awesome. So it's just a matter of me having the time to do it all. You know, and I'm 12 to 5, so
sure.
You know, you
I'm
got
going to step away. I'm going to step away from the mic for just a moment, Floyd.
Okay, no problem. Let me dive over here, see if you guys have any other questions. On the right tab. Yeah, this is, I'm trying to bring all you guys together. You are going to really be surprised when we do make this, this announcement public. And it's not just, my core group, of course, is the private people, a little bit more of the fringy nationalist movement, because I really don't target that group. I just have a lot of experience in it and know a lot of people who are still or formerly involved. But getting in with the MAGA movement, Patriot movement, Red Party, Red Pill movement, I believe is going to be very fruitful for all of us, because you have some very, I'm not going to say we're illegitimate or not worthy, but they are more legitimized by the institutionalism of the corporate government. I'll put it that way. That was a kind way of saying that.
Yeah, it's just a nice way of saying we're the redheaded stepchild, I think was what you were trying to articulate there.
Right. Yeah. We're still related, but we're just not quite up to snuff.
Yeah. No, we're that cute little redheaded freckly kid that they don't like very much.
Right. Yeah. Exactly.
Anyway. Yeah.
Poor
redheaded freckly kids, man. How did that come about? Even I felt bad after I said that. I'm like, oh, I know lots of redheaded people. That's just not very nice.
Oh,
I wonder how
no.
that came about. No, I don't. I'm curious.
Vikings.
The Vikings?
Yes.
Redheaded stepchild? No,
yes.
I thought that was like a movie thing.
No, they rape, pillage, and plunder. And then leave. So they leave all the women pregnant. And what do the women have? Redheaded
stepchildren. Oh, okay. Interesting. For some reason, I thought that it came from a movie, but that's fascinating, Floyd. That's fascinating.
Absolutely. Yeah. They were marauders, rape, pillage, and plunder. That's what they did.
Yeah. Well, of course, they were Vikings. So, what else do you do when you live in the mountains and it's snowing all the time other than rape, pillage, and plunder, right? I mean, come on.
Take.
You got to have hobbies. Oh, shoot.
I'm just not quite into raping anymore. I'm just pretty much focused on pillaging.
No, yeah, definitely. I think I'm good on all that. In fact, I think the government does a good enough job of pillaging and plundering and raping people. I don't think we need to do it anymore. In fact, let's just try to find a whole new stick, and we'll let the government have that.
Yeah, absolutely.
Let them take all the glamour and glory for raping and pillaging and plundering. Yeah.
Right. Yeah. Let me shoot this guy text, see if he wants to jump on here real quick.
Inland piracy is a serious issue. And when you think someone that's an inland pirate, you should absolutely turn them in immediately. We're making a public service announcement at this moment in time, folks, that pirating is a crime. And so if you see someone acting as a pirate, please turn them into local law enforcement. It should be a hoot because it's probably law enforcement turning it. Just saying. Oh man.
I don't know if you know this. And I didn't until one of my viewers brought it to my attention and actually sent it to me. But in Texas, under Texas Transportation Code, there can only be 5 traffic safety officers, and they have to be appointed by the county sheriff.
That's right.
For a different agency, if it's a million plus, it can only they can add 2 more. So theoretically, there's only 7 traffic safety officers in Houston, Texas, out of roughly 5,500 police officers.
Right. And in the original code, it was they could only be on motorcycles, only.
Oh,
but
wow.
then they altered it, and they also allowed for automobiles.
Huh.
So yeah, isn't that interesting? I mean, and this is the whole thing, on the transportation code. Now, what they do on that is they've even backdoored that policy. Okay, that statute. So I've spoken with multiple departments and asked them about this in Texas. This is part of the conversation that I have with them. How many traffic officers do you have on staff that are paid as traffic officers? And they usually say, well, all of our officers are traffic. No. I mean, specifically the ones that you hired to ensure that you met this requirement of the Texas state statute on transportation. Oh, well, yeah, we have 7. They don't even know about it hardly, right? They just, I mean, it's so ridiculous, so ridiculous. So we really, education is the thing. And you know, I made that comment about law enforcement. I want to clarify that, because that's not a knock on law enforcement necessarily. It's really a knock on the judiciary, because it's their responsibility to ensure the agents are trained. And these guys don't know their job. They've been turned into the sheriff of Nottingham. They get out of high school, they join the police force thinking that they're going to be a community hero, and they're turned into the sheriff of Nottingham and made to be a tax collecting agent. If they knew that, if they actually knew that that's what's going on in their lives, I don't think they're going to be, I don't think they're happy about it. At least the ones that I've talked to get really upset about it when they find out. It's usually about a 5-hour conversation of going through the transportation code with them. But at the end of it, they're usually pretty ticked off, and not at me, but at the system that they serve, because they just had no idea. And it's because no one's ever taught them how to be peace officers. They've never taught them what they're supposed to be doing. It's all about revenue collection. That's it, revenue collection. And it even says that in the transportation code also, doesn't it, Floyd? Talks about how they're revenue collection officers.
Yes, I've read the entire transportation code, unfortunately.
I know, right? How many times too, right? Like, I think I've probably got it down 5 times at this point. There's certain sections I think I could probably recite by memory if I had to, but I'm not going to bore people at this moment. But it's stupid. The whole thing, just the word transportation itself is defined by the United States government to be a commercial word only. You're participating in commerce. Otherwise, you're not engaged in transportation.
Right.
Doesn't get more simple than that.
What would you think if I could bring on a past president of the Houston Policemen Patrolmen's Union?
Oh, that'd be wonderful. I bet he has a gold mine of information to share from his experience, right?
I would think.
Is this not somebody that you've had on before, Floyd?
I have not. I actually graduated with his older brother. He graduated 2 years younger than me. They just had their reunion in October. And because my dad taught at the junior, senior high school, and then later a high school where I went to school at, everybody knows me through my dad from the day the school opened in '67 till probably the day he died.
Right.
But yeah, he was my parole officer.
Okay. All right. Cool.
Yeah. And my dad taught him in high school, taught both of them, actually, him and his brother.
Right.
So yeah, I just spoke to him at the reunion, and he asked me how I was doing and everything. He knows that I'm sober and my history, so no big deal there. I've never talked to him about coming on the show, and I don't know how receptive and he would be to that, and how much he could actually verify or elicit for us. You know what I mean?
Well, we can broach the topic very gently. I mean, we can just have him on, talk about his experience as a peace officer and what that means to him and what he does. And then we can start asking him some questions, see what he knows.
Right.
If nothing else, we'll enlighten him through asking him questions.
Yeah.
We don't have to be forceful. We don't have to be, condescending or rude. We can be very respectful. And, also, Floyd, I'd like to also offer, I know a sheriff out of Michigan by the name of Darleaf, who is constitutionally sound in every way, shape, and form, supports the common law, even participates in his local juror assembly. And he is a duly elected sheriff currently. He's on his 5th term in office.
Right.
And then I could reach out to Raul, my buddy Raul there in Texas. I'm sure he would love an opportunity to come on the show and talk about his experience as a law enforcement officer. And he is eyes wide open, and has an extensive career with Texas state law enforcement.
Okay.
So that might be a great interview also.
Absolutely. Yeah. Yeah. All that. Yeah. Bring them on.
Yeah. In fact, what I'd like to do is I'd like to introduce you to Raul while I'm in Texas. I'm sure that would be
Okay.
easy to do. So.
And I will travel on a dime.
Sure. Yeah. Well, that's how we have to be in this for sure.
Breaking news. Brunson Brothers just announced the United States Supreme Court has accepted the petition for rehearing and has agreed to another conference on February 17th.
It doesn't give any details about what alterations they've made to their presentation to the Supreme Court.
I've read their petition for rehearing. I'll read it again to you here real quick.
Yeah, please do. I'm curious as to what they've changed in there.
Here it is. Not much. This is one of the reasons I reached out to Raylan after reading it. There were some legalese errors and that I caught.
Yeah, I noticed. I looked at the original decision the Supreme Court handed down and why they rejected on lack of jurisdiction. And it was all financial codes. And it's because they're doing pro se litigation instead of sui juris, obviously, wrong jurisdiction. Yeah. And so I even have spoken to Juan about this on the telephone briefly. And I'd hoped that he would convey. Yeah, 107. Okay. And I'd hoped that he would convey that information, but I don't know that he did. It's funny because it's real hard for the corporate guys to get their head around these things. They don't have any faith, and they would rather have faith in what the de facto agents say than what a fellow man in the trench would say. It's kind of odd, actually, but that's the indoctrination that we've all suffered from. I mean, seriously, it's no one's fault. It's just indoctrination.
Yeah. If y'all get a chance, go watch the 107 interview with Nino Rodriguez on YouTube, because the thumbnail, I'm actually in the thumbnail. And then during the video, I had no idea Juan was actually doing an interview at the time, but I was sitting in the far corner of this gallery chit-chatting with one of my viewers, and Juan came, he's walking around talking on the phone, and I didn't know who he was talking to, but I heard him, talking about George Soros and Hillary and all this stuff. So I figured it was a pretty important phone call. So we just shut up and let him talk until he got out of our deal. But I'm in that video. He pans right across me. So I thought that was pretty trippy. I had no idea what he was doing at the time. It was just being.
Isn't that interesting?
Yeah, it was a real trip, because I sat down the other day. I turned on YouTube, and I in that thumbnail popped up for his premiere, and I was looking. I was like, man, I know those girls. That looks familiar. I'm looking like, oh, hey, there I am.
There's Floyd.
Yeah, right between them. All right, so here's the petition for rehearing.
Yeah, so let's go back up to the top real quick, Floyd, because that's the first thing that I noticed. Okay, right there, Supreme Court of the United States. Wrong jurisdiction there. It's the wrong Supreme Court. Why aren't they using the Supreme Court of the United States of America? That would be my first question in this, right? Like, what are we dealing with? What is the issue that we're addressing? We're addressing a sovereign man's complaint against his government subcontractors on the legitimacy of elections that they're responsible for ensuring are handled properly. So can a franchisee sue a parent corporation? Can a franchisee sue a parent corporation? No, you can't, because in the contract, they're going to define the fact that you don't have that ability, that those are interoperational conflicts, and they need to be dealt with inside the structure of the operation, right? I mean, that's how all corporations work. Yeah, that's how all corporations work. There's no difference between our federal government and any other corporation, obviously. So right there, that heading the Supreme Court of the United States. That's, to me, that's a mistake. It should be the Supreme Court of the United States of America.
Okay.
I digress.
Yeah, I see what you're saying, because that's the corporation, the United States.
Yeah. They're addressing the corporation as corporate franchisees. They're going in as straw men because they're pro se litigants, right? You have suri juri, suri juris, pro se, per se, right? Isn't that correct? Am I missing something?
Pro per.
Huh?
Pro per.
Pro per. Yeah, there you go. Very good. Thank you, Floyd.
You're welcome. Excuse me. I'm sure that because you have to use this format if you're not a prison litigant
Mhm.
with the Supreme Court. So I'm sure they just copied and pasted it straight out of the Supreme Court rule book
Sure.
and just, followed suit because they didn't know any better. None of them have any legal experience.
I thought one of the brothers was an attorney.
I thought so too, but apparently not.
Oh, okay. All right. Well, then, leeway. All right. We got to give leeway. Mhm.
Well, that's why I called Raylan and volunteered to be on their research team. I said, hey man, next time y'all file something, you shoot me a copy and I'll, read it and vet it and edit it, amend it and send you a copy back. If you want to use my amendments and edits, that's fine. If you don't, that's fine too. I'm not tripping, but I'm going
Sure.
to volunteer my services to help you out. And then I hooked him up with Brian, Pastor of the Way, because he has Westlaw online access.
Mhm.
So they don't have that. And so I
Right.
hooked them up with Brian. So whenever they want to do any research on case law, boom, now they have it.
Yeah. That's funny, Floyd, because I offered the same thing to Juan. I've got a team. I've got a team of litigants, individual litigants that have had many successes. One of the gentlemen has done so in Texas and Alaska, and he's got like 97 wins under his belt.
Okay.
And he's bona fide, non-bar attorney for sure.
Right.
And a lot of these guys, and so I offered, because we've all talked about it and they're down to help just as much as I am, but they don't reach out. Makes me wonder sometimes about, again, I'm going to bring up COINTELPRO, because it's a very legitimate concern, because our foreign adversary, our usurping foreign enemy, is a master of creating both sides of the aisle,
Right.
and to benefit from the middle, right? And I worry that that's not maybe sometimes the case, and a lot of this alt-right stuff. Maybe they don't do some of this stuff intentionally just to make us think that they're trying.
They are, and I'll tell you, this past weekend, I heard, I'm not going to say a lot of those accusations. I heard it. I'll just put it to you like that.
Uh-huh.
That in that community, that they believe that there are some people who are not 100% genuine in their motivations toward the movement be going in a positive direction. There you go.
Right. Well, and it only stands to reason that would be the case. We are Gen 5 at this point, and it's a complex environment, a lot of moving pieces, and it would only stand to reason that we would have, subversives. We would have, propagandists. We would have, the whole myriad of provocateurs in our midst. So it only stands to reason.
Yeah, absolutely. And we expect it, and
Sure.
we expected it in the assemblies. So it's
Sure.
nothing new to us and how to deal with it. So let me dive into this. Yeah, this is, I think, 6 pages. 7.
Okay.
So it's real quick. Basically, it's talking about the oath of office. I would have personally structured this a little bit different, and but that's just me. But you have to remember, I've probably written well over 1,000 different legal vehicles, if not
Right.
thousands. How important is the oath of office? You must investigate and identify the enemy. Allegations of war should be investigated. To petition for redress of grievances. Broad powers of the Supreme Court. Can a U.S. congressional session become an administrative act under fraud? The doctrine of equitable maxim.
Oh, so this that's, it looks like from just, and this is just, from the surface looking in, but it looks like they're seeking something more of a declaratory nature.
Absolutely. Yes. Yeah. Well, they're asking for removal of all the defendants and for the investigation to take place. So
Well,
that-
so just, to keep the conversation on this topic rolling, I mean, from a strategic standpoint, would it not make more sense to get a memorial for declaratory judgment done first and then litigate this? I mean, I'm just a thought. If I had
Yeah.
controversies like they're talking about, I think a declaratory judgment, a memorial for declaratory judgment would be proper course of action, but I could be wrong also.
Right. I mean, that's an avenue. It's a path. I'll tell you that. Yeah,
Mhm.
be fruitful or not, I can't vouch for that.
Yeah,
Oops,
it just
the
seems like it would solidify their position a little bit more.
Right. Table of authorities. And as you see right here, cases, and they have Title 18. So this shouldn't be here,
Right.
not under cases. Okay. That would be under statutes and codes. Of course,
Statutes
you
and
have the
codes,
Supreme
yeah.
Court rules. No big deal, but it's just an error. That's all.
Mhm.
It's
Right.
through inexperience. And right here, you do not cite lawyers' additions.
Yeah, never, ever, ever.
So that, I caught those things right off the bat. As you see, I'm on not even the first page of the actual instrument, and I've already caught two errors. So I knew an attorney didn't write this.
Yeah, no, definitely not.
Points, authorities, and arguments. Supported rule for rehearing of the denial of certiorari is appropriate in situations involving, quote, intervening circumstances of substantial or controlling effect or other substantial grounds not previously presented. Close quote, Supreme Court Rule 44.2. Because this is such a case, petitioner moves this honorable court to grant this petition for rehearing. Argument. Why should this, and chime in when you hear something that catches your attention. Why should this honorable court grant rehearing? This honorable court is needed to resolve serious conflicts that are plaguing America. And they, of course,
Oh, but see, look at that right there, plaguing American.
Yeah.
American what? Like this.
That's a typo. I know.
Come on, guys.
This case represents a very powerful domestic covert operation that is so benign that it cannot be seen on how it has breached our national security and how it is affecting the national security of both Canada and Mexico, and how it has circulated fears that we might soon see the destruction of property along with a large volume of bloodshed in our own streets, all stemming from the fact that our courts have not declared that the oath of office is binding with penalties. Okay. The oath of office. Number one, how important is the oath of office? The U.S. Constitution under Article 6, Clause 3 states that the oath, quote, shall be bound by oath or affirmation, close quote. If there is no penalty for violating the oath, then it is not binding. How can Congress take an oath to uphold the Constitution, then pass laws that allow Congress to be immune from suit for intentionally violating the Constitution up to and including treason?
That's a loaded question.
Right? Yeah, you're going to see some of this is worded. Oof. Currently, because of this, members of Congress, with their power to assemble and with their voting powers, can completely redo the Supreme Court of the United States to their liking, like packing the court.
Or just changing its jurisdiction completely.
Yeah. Or removing justices.
Let's just, justice, impartial judiciary. What's that?
Right. So, quote, I want to tell you, Gorsuch, I want to tell you, Kavanaugh, you have released the whirlwind. You will pay the price. You won't know what hit you if you go forward with these awful decisions. Close quote. Schumer told a cheering crowd in March 2020. The statement can easily be found on the internet. All right. So, for one, the court's going to know who Chuck Schumer is. Some of the public who don't keep up with politics will have no idea that this is Chuck Schumer, the senator from New York.
New York. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And this actually should be a footnote that leads you down here at the bottom of this page right here, and actually has the link to where you can go find that.
Yeah.
Okay. So as I go through this, I can show you what the errors are, how I would have structured it different. I would have taken this quote, I would have moved it more in to make it a box where you can actually, it stands out from
Right.
the rest of the text. So anyway, that's just me.
No, yeah.
USC, here's another one. Okay. US, there's no period after the S. This should be, I have a C and potentially a C.A. which is codes annotated. Title 18, United States Codes, annotated and or not, section 2381 states that whoever owning such allegiance violates this allegiance shall be capable of holding office. Okay, that should be in a quote. What we see is that whoever violates this allegiance can still hold office, even though they are incapable of holding this office. Isn't this a serious conflict? So they're asking a lot of questions.
They are. Yeah. They're not levying argument. They're asking questions, and that's very, very dangerous. And that's why I suggested, early in the conversation, a memorial for declaratory judgment, because that's when you ask your questions. That's when you get them to define the parameters of what it is you're looking at. That way, you know what your argument has to be, how your argument's structured. Right? It's an important aspect, at least from my perspective.
Right. Okay. Not to jump off topic, but I just got a text because before I talked to Ed, I was actually on a Zoom with a prisoner in Pennsylvania prison. Yeah, he was in his cell doing a Zoom with me. I was like,
right. Yeah, no surprise there.
Yeah, how far I've come.
Yeah, exactly, brother. Exactly.
Number 2, you must investigate to identify the enemy. When members of U.S. Congress make a request to the body of Congress to investigate an enemy to the Constitution that is hiding under Amendment 12 and under the guise of an, quote, honest election, close quote, then wouldn't it be the duty under their oath to investigate these claims? How can you know if an enemy exists if you don't investigate?
These questions, just the way they're put together, I mean, this is not what you would hope to see in this type of presentment.
Yeah, I have to agree with you on that. Like I said, I'd have sent them something different. But that's just me. But they have my services. So if any of you Brunson brothers, Raylan, Loy, I forget the other ones, y'all have my number, you have my information, the Fearless Floyd Show at yahoo.com. Everybody has my phone number. It's not hard to find. I get calls all the time. So reach out to me, guys. Seriously. I hate to pick your instrument here apart in public, but I just want to show you guys that, what I'm saying, I have the bona fides, I have the experience and skill, and I'm able to point these things out to you, and any $500 an hour attorney is going to agree with me. Yeah,
for sure.
Yeah. Allegations of war should be investigated. Allegations that claim the election is rigged should be investigated. Now, see, I would have used a whole different terminology.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely.
Then the election is rigged, because you're throwing out that dog whistle word that the mainstream media has created to poo-poo the whole event. Okay.
That's right.
Yeah. If one of the purposes of war is to put into power its victor, and since a rigged election accomplishes the same thing, which is to put into power its victor, then isn't a rigged election an act of war? This honorable court has already ruled that one need not pick up arms in order to, quote, levy war, close quote, in U.S. versus Burr. No.
There's another lawyer edition, yeah.
Right there. In Cranch, that's like what they called it, the U.S. the U.S. Supreme Court reporter. That's what that volume.
Mm-hmm.
And that's the 8th volume. So I can tell you how early that is.
Right.
So you can generally tell first dozen years of 1776 to 1807. So it's
Yeah.
about every 2 years they were hearing something. Go up a volume.
Yes. Yeah. A lot of switch in time activities, there, and then later 1870, then, 1900, 1930s, 1970s, all these switch in times. Mm-hmm.
The oath of office requires that aid and comfort cannot be given to those levying war through a rigged election. A presidential rigged election is a threat to the Constitution. Therefore, when members of Congress become aware of such allegations, an investigation into these allegations is required, or they become violators of their oath of office. If a person who takes the oath of office owes allegiance to the United States, and if under Title 18 United States Code Section 2381, it states that whoever owing such allegiance violates this allegiance shall be incapable of holding office, then wouldn't it be fitting that they shall be removed from office as well?
Mm-hmm.
So they kind of asked that twice.
Mm-hmm.
Did it in the same sentence. Obviously, the allegiance to the United States requires the necessary steps to defend the Constitution of the United States against all enemies, foreign and domestic. Isn't it proper and fitting that any interpretation of the Constitution that is used to give aid and comfort to such an enemy is nullified? During the 117th session of Congress, a request was made to investigate the allegations that the 2020 presidential election was rigged. How can Congress use Amendment 12 as an excuse to vote against investigating these allegations? Number 4, to petition for redress of grievances. The complaint of this case seeks to redress grievances against the respondents. Nowhere is it written that Brunson cannot do this under the First Amendment and bring his action either in state or federal courts. The right to seek redress of grievances is protected, but it doesn't say by what.
It doesn't. And that's the problem with this, is they're asking questions and not levying their opinion or their argument. Right. I mean, and it's very dangerous in a court case to do this, because you're not establishing an argument. You're not establishing anything for the courts to rule on other than answering questions.
Yeah, you're not putting their own precedent in front of their face.
That's right. Yeah. Because, people, you got to remember, you have to be able to move the court, or the court will move itself, and it probably won't be in your favor.
Absolutely. Yeah. Yeah. Because, and I'll tell you exactly why. Because if the Supreme Court, which I just said that they're going to hold the hearing on the 17th, if they want oral arguments, somebody has to come in and argue this orally, and they have to back it up with precedent, statutes and codes, any other ancillary miscellaneous, like Blackstone's commentaries, the Federalist Papers,
Right.
things like that aren't in the law books or statutes and codes, but support the whole framework of what we're exactly trying to do. So yeah, you have to think about this, and of course I see a whole bunch of inexperience, and that's would be normal for what I'm looking at.
Right. Well, and I think it's important for us to also point out to the viewing audience, listening audience, that so in the court system, when you are your own attorney, in fact, at that moment. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm going to finish this thought real quick, but I need to jump off.
Okay.
They have to give you some leeway. I'll catch you later, Floyd. I'll let you know what this
brother.
is about.
Have a good day. Thank you for being on. And that was Eric Dingis, everybody. And that's how it works. I told you guys, he just could disappear or come on just like that. All right. So anyway, let's address the rest of this. The Supreme Court holds that all the same powers of the lower courts and is the Supreme Court in the land. So that's a very kind of stumbly, disjointed sentence. But anyway, pursuant to Supreme Court Rule 17, this court has original jurisdiction. Therefore, under the unique circumstance of this case, can't this honorable court fully adjudicate this case? Okay, that paragraph should have been at the very beginning, because what you're trying to do right here is establish jurisdiction. Why are you bringing jurisdiction at number 5? That should be before you even hit number 1, correct? That's just me. When a case like this one comes forward under a petition for writ of certiorari, claiming that there exists a serious national security breach and that this breach is an act of war, and that it requires an act on an emergency level to repair this breach immediately to stop this war, and that those perpetrators of this breach are the respondents, capital, doesn't this court have the power to adjudicate these serious claims and to immediately end the conflict and fix the national security breach, capital? I ought to put these in quotes, bring their attention to it a little bit more up here. Quote, we the people, close quote, have declared that the Constitution was established to secure, quote, blessings of liberty, close quote, and have joined with Brunson on a large scale with their souls and prayers that this court will grant this petition. Google, quote, Raylan Brunson, close quote, or, quote, Brunson case, close quote, and see how much this case brings hope across the globe. Facebook, YouTube, Twitter, and other social giant platforms have worked vigorously to keep this case from becoming popular. Number 6, can a U.S. congressional session become an administrative act under fraud? I would rearrange these. On page I'm going to say APP represents appendix 58 of Brunson's writ under the heading subject jurisdiction with the support of proper legalese. Brunson points out with the proper legalese that fraud vitiates everything it touches, and that the purpose of the 117th session of Congress was to count the votes under the 12th Amendment. But because they refused to investigate the allegations that the election was rigged, which is an act of fraud, question mark in parentheses, and being that the 12th Amendment cannot protect fraud, therefore, didn't the said session of Congress turn into an administrative function, making them all liable for suit without protection of any kind of judicial or jurisdictional or any kind of immunity? And I definitely would have reworded all that differently. Number 7, the doctrine of equitable maxim. The doctrine of equitable maxim kills the doctrine of object principle of justice. Okay, and I would have capitalized those, put those in quote too, because you're talking about a doctrine. Under case should be capitalized, case number 18-1147, it states that equitable maxim seriously conflicts with the object principle of justice and provides all the legalese in support of this statement, both doctrines influenced and or created by this honorable court. Okay, so 18 means this case is from 2018, and that's the case number of when it was filed into the court and assigned. But what is this case? You didn't cite the case. It should be ABC v. US, comma 123 Supreme Court 455 1992. That's a correct citing. So you didn't give anything for them to go look at. All you did is give them the case number, and that's not a proper citing. But that's cool though, because they have a whole staff of legal assistants, researchers, paralegals that can go do that for them. So you have to make it easy on them as much as possible. Should this court to decide overturn equitable maximum in favor of the object principle of justice, man, I would have thrown that in their face, both those doctrines in the cases that they held precedent in favor of the object of principle of justice. Obviously, it would do this because it believes in doing so, our courts would no longer be so precarious. Trial cases would be much easier with less stress to judge. Settlements would grow much higher. Less lawsuits would be filed. Appeals would be greatly reduced, and our court system would be the most just and highly respected and dearly admired court system more than ever before. So this last part of this statement, should this court decide overturn equitable maxim in favor of the object principle of justice, obviously it would do this because it believes in doing so, our courts would no longer be so precarious. Trial cases would be much easier. See, so you're making a presumption upon the court, which in my eyes is a huge no-no. You're thinking for the court, all right? Obviously, it would do this because it believes in doing so. That's a no-no. No, I would never do that. Conclusion. Due to the serious nature of this case, a breach of national security arising from an act of war as described above, I would have been throwing treason in here left and right, but that's just me. Petitioner moves this honorable court without delay to single-handedly exercise its powers to correct this breach and bring peace and hope back to this land by granting this petition in its fullest request. I would put a prayer for relief on here as well. This is what I want. Boom, 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 boom. I would have copied and pasted. Same thing I asked for in my writ of certiorari. Absolutely. Just so they can recognize. And let me dive over here and see if y'all guys have any statements, comments, questions. Hey, Katrina, thanks for being here. You have a big family with lots of different talents. Here's the truth. Manny Fresh, can you help me with creating a trust? How or is the easiest way to go about it? I have a series of videos. They're in a playlist on YouTube, Fearless Floyd Show with Ann LaFleur. There's, I believe, 20 videos in there, or 19, one or the other. The remainder have not yet been made. So that's a good starting point. You can also enroll in one of the classes. I got a tag back here that's bugging me. We have Trust 101, 201, 301, and 401. Trust 101 is just basic fundamental. If you already have a trust, don't even worry about that class. But if you don't know anything about trust, that's the class you want to take. It'll give you everything you need to do to create your trust, get your EIN for your trust, and set up a bank account for your trust, non-interest bearing bank account. 201 is all about deeds, how to transfer assets into your trust, and how to operate warranty deeds and a whole bunch of other stuff. We're all regarding deeds. Then 301 is 3 different case studies, examples how to utilize your trust to deal with foreclosures and mortgages, child support, and court cases. Whatever those look like, whether it's divorce, criminal, civil, probate, et cetera, excuse me. And then 401, that will be how to operate as a private banker, how to create private securities and utilize those private securities. That's 401. We also have the VCR class, vouchers, coupons, and remittances, which Ann is having successes, and she's shown them. You know, one of the students, you know, settled a $20,000, I believe, is a property tax deal. So it's happening. You know, they're not my processes, they're all Ann's. I just provide a platform and facilitate it, and she educates you guys. Let's see. So you can go to fearlessfloydshow.com/classroom for that. It's in the it'll be in the description below. I just haven't gotten there yet to do it. Yeah, the Wise Concise Trustee Handbook is excellent book to get your feet wet for sure. Utilizing instruments to pay off taxes. Yeah, that's a coupon. That's the VCR process. I just told you that, you know, like I said, Ann has people that are being successful. Some of them will not provide the proof of success, but the ones that have, it's available. They're in my Telegram, so you can go check those out. Yeah, on the case, you know, that's just my experience having written, man, motions, petitions, applications, appendixes, you know, you name it, man, I've done it. Utilizing classes, just mentioned, how long does it take to get the trust, to set trust and operate it though? That's all on your learning ability and discipline to stay focused and effectuate it. I've had people that take the class over a weekend, a Saturday and a Sunday. Friday, they're fully operational. They wrote their complete trust, got everything notarized, witnessed, got their EIN, went down to the bank, opened up their bank account, bam, in a week. Other people, it's 2023 and they still don't even have their trust written. So it's all about each individual's own ability to learn and ability to follow instructions and to actually do something. So yeah, I would say the fastest, you know, 5 days, maybe even shorter than that. So that looks like Jesse and I did it, and the reason it took us I think 2 days, Jesse, we went through it, and we went through every word, period, comma, semicolon, colon, hyphen, forward slash. Yeah, we went through every word and rewrote it ourselves for each one of us. You know, he rewrote his, I rewrote mine. So it took about 2 days to go through everything. With the package that Ann provides for the Trust 101 class, there's 24 instruments in that package. I would say you only need 14 of them. The last 6, because I don't do direct deposits, I don't get Social Security, I don't have a 401 retirement plan. So a lot of that stuff, yeah, I didn't need. I didn't even have to fill it out because I'm never going to use it. So yeah, it's just 14 forms to retype and then getting up witnessed and notarized, and take a certificate of service, and then all your trustee appointments, successor trustee and co-trustee, and instructions to the banking official. Take that with you down to the bank after you get your EIN and show it to the banker and set up your non-interest bearing trust account, and you're ready to rock and roll. Next thing you need to do is learn how to put your assets in it, and after that, how to create private securities and operate it and fund it as a private bank. And then create other.
What is the most public asset you have that needs to be put in it? That's what you need to ask yourself.
No, you gonna tell us, or you want me to answer it?
Yeah, your ass. You said it.
Woohoo!
The main asset you got is the one that you're toting around with you.
Man, I don't know why they do this and make me do this every year. Verify that I have health insurance. Are they going to force it on me? My big badass retirement plan with $1,900 in it with the union. And I can't get it till I'm 65. I was like, man, dude, you're gonna break me. I'm not gonna make it. Let's see. I'm looking at my emails right now, guys. So if you email me, I'm looking. I totally forgot, but it is Black History Month. Because when you're out on a Friday and Saturday night, apparently the black lines matter, right? Okay, here we go. Well, I just explained the listings. Andy, if you're watching the show, I just explained them. Just answered that actually. Isa, I'm fine. She's interested in placing the trust classes, difference between the price of donation and number between 101, 201, 301, 401. 101 is a 2-day class. It's 3 hours per class. Generally, it's less than 3 hours. But I do that because everybody's a beginner. There's usually a lot of questions and a lot of administrative stuff to work out to begin with. Then 201, 301, and 401, they're all $149 each. They cover different topics, which I just discussed. And then there's the VCR class. You can take one class before the other. I do record all these classes, so you will have access to the class you participated in. Be able to go watch it on YouTube anytime you want as a private video. Go to the website. A lot of people want to take all the classes, so that's good. I got to get back with those kind people. Oh my God. Here, I just want to show you guys. All right, and there's another paragraph down here. So remember, when you guys write me, send me these emails, you got to remember it takes me time to read them. I'm going to read this since it's so lengthy. Hi, Floyd. I just found you on YouTube. I see you put out a lot of videos. I saw that you had some videos on Christopher Hauser. I recently started watching Chris, and a friend of mine in England really likes to watch Chris's videos, and he emails him for advice all the time. I've only watched the first few expose videos about Chris that you made. I'm actually watching the 3 of 7 Chris Hauser video now. I am glad that you put out these videos, as I want to make sure I tell my friend, and I certainly don't want to get in trouble. Plus, you make some real good points with them that I have seen so far. The reason I emailed you is because I took a course called, quote, How to Own Your Straw Man, close quote, by a lady named FEB. This course was on Sasha Stone's website at New Earth University. I'm familiar with FEB as well as Sasha Stone, who's Oliver Stone's son, one of them. I took this course back in October 2022. I actually quit my job to take the course because the course was 5 Saturdays in a row and I didn't have replays. But she said you have to really study a lot to learn this stuff. I had to work every other Saturday, so I saved up some money so I could quit my job. And that money lasted until about the end of the year. Actually, I expected to learn how to get control of my Sechikivi Trust account and get 3 years of, quote, abandoned, close quote, money back somehow, that I thought FEB was going to teach us stuff, but she didn't. Well, I was taught by FEB to file a UCC-1 financing statement, not at the state level, but at the Department of Licensing website in Washington State. against my last name with the SQV Trust in all capital letters. So the debtor was Rodriguez SQV Trust with my first and middle names as well in all caps as the debtor, and my lowercase name is the SPC. In the collateral part of the UCC1 financing statement, I mentioned that this was connected to a security agreement and wrote the number of the security agreement. This is a redemption process that she's describing from the redemption manual.
Yep. And I had no luck with it myself when I did this. I did it too.
Security agreement that I named on it that I also created, but to this date, I have not filed the security agreement in any courthouse. I saw in one of your videos that about getting in trouble if you don't have a security agreement for the UCC1. Absolutely. So my question is, do I need to file a security agreement in my local courthouse or somewhere besides my home in order not to get in trouble? To answer that question specifically, if the security agreement is agreed upon between parties like mine's, then it's in effect. To put it in the public record, that's a whole different statement. So this, as long as the security agreement is signed and dated prior to the UCC1 filing date, you're golden. You don't have to worry about it. You don't have to file it anywhere. Do you want to file it on the record just so it's in the public? Yes. I haven't filed in Georgia in quite a while. I've been told that the county I filed in, Cherokee County Superior Court Clerk's Office, is no longer accepting these type of instruments. I have not verified that as 100% fact, so I don't know. That's purely hearsay. Is it possible? Yes. So check on that.
Whiteside County, Illinois.
Whiteside.
Yep,
Okay.
Whiteside County, Illinois. Don N. Young.
There you go. All right. So, so my question, okay, we already answered that. I have never been arrested or gone to jail or prison, thank God, and I don't want to get in any trouble. Also, I use my married name. I'm divorced, but still have my married name. Should I have filed it in my maiden name instead? Well, it depends on what you're trying to do. If you retained your married name, which I would not have, for all you women out there getting divorced, take your maiden name back. Don't keep the married name, because you're still keeping a part of that merged corporation attached to you. So you've never separated yourself back to stand on your own. You still have that attachment to that man over there. So get rid of that. Even if you got to go back in and lawfully change your name, get rid of that married name that doesn't have any connection to you. And I get it if your kids are, have your father's last name or your former married name, but for what you're trying to do here, I would go straight back to square one. That's me. That's my opinion. What about you, Jesse?
Sorry about that. Somebody was messaging me. Well, I agree, right? Because there's a public side and a private side. And just because you get a divorce on the public side does not mean that there's not something on the private side that is still binding you to that. And if that other individual knows his stuff, he could still hold you accountable.
Right.
And bring you to the table and make you play ball. So want to try to get it all cleared up and get your name situated, right? It's called get your house in order. So for sure.
Yeah. Just like when you see these big corporations merge, they don't, and sometimes they'll hyphenate that name and then they'll eventually like peel one off of them. So that's kind of what you're doing. I have not gotten any mail from anyone saying I'm in trouble about this, but your video has me a bit worried. Well, I hope I've quelled your fears regarding the timeline of filing. Let's see, you filed let me go back and read it. Let's see, so the debtor was the Rodriguez. And I don't think your last name is Rodriguez. with my first and middle names as well as all caps as the debtor. And my upper lowercase name is the SPC. Okay. So you did that all right. About 40, because you cannot file in Texas, and I'm sure it's the same in other jurisdictions. You cannot file a lien against your same name. So Floyd Pleasant Tarvin IV in proper grammar cannot file a lien against Floyd Pleasant Tarvin IV, the all capital name. Cannot file one against yourself.
Nope. No, you can't. But what you can do is you can link the security agreement from one filing and then just take that little form and then walk into the record office and just file that little form on the record. And now it links it to back where you originally filed it. So,
Right. Excellent. I just got a text from Eric. He had to jump off because he got confirmation that he will be live, have a live interview tonight at 7 p.m. Eastern time with Dr. Lee Merritt. And I don't know what platform that's on. Let me ask so I can go ahead and plug it. About 40 fellow students and I are trying to help each other discharge all bills and figure out how to get some money from either doing some W-4 processes or cashing in a birth certificate.
end of the line, end of the line, end of the line, end of the line. Sorry, I couldn't help myself. Go ahead.
Wow, I didn't even get past cashing in a birth certificate. Or other bonds like driver's license, etc., if they are even bonds. So let's just address that one question right there. Okay. They seem to have their little group, little study group and or think tank, and they're trying to throw anything and everything all right, I'm having Eric, it's on Brighteon. So I'm gonna have Eric send me a link so I can post it up here so we can go watch later. Yeah, it looks like they're trying to throw anything and everything that they come across at these to either get money or discharge or settle debts and claims, et cetera, et cetera.
Right.
So as I got through the W-4 processes, you started hemming and hawing as the end of the line, right?
Yep.
So you've
Well,
done
that's not what really got me. See, now
Well,
that I'm starting to understand and have equity eyes, it's not about money, guys. You're never going to move into equity if you're still thinking in the unit of measurement. Okay, equity doesn't work in accounting. It's not about accounting. It's about doing what ought to be done. And because you've done what ought to be done, you're going to be rewarded the same way that that gift you perfected and passed on. Somebody's going to be perfecting a gift and passing it on to you. If you're always about money, then you might as well just stay in the public. I mean, so that's really what I have to say about that, because you're never going to get into equity if all you're doing is trying to get money and trying to wage war against them in the public. They're not your bonds.
I'll
They
be
don't
right back.
belong to you. You know, you're not the only one that has an interest in things. Okay. The creditors on the other side have an interest in things, and those bonds have a maturity date. And when you start going after those things, it's no different than you arguing the debt, right? Where it says in the 14th Amendment that the national debt is not to be questioned, that it borders on insurrection and rebellion. And you can easily go from an assumed combatant to an enemy combatant, right? You will never truly understand the secret of what's really going on here if all you care about is the money. So, you got to get away from that mindset. Money comes in all different types of forms, shapes, and sizes, not paper, right? So it's not all about getting that paper, because paper equals debt in this system, right? So you want to be plus one plus. The system that was created, we call it, people who discharge debt, and they think in the public their debt is zero, right? And so they're considering that to be balanced. But if you're still out getting money, this paper money, and you're still spending this money, you're really still in the position of -1 negative, because that is the balance in the system, is that it makes you think that because all your debts are discharged in the public that you're back to being at zero. No, you're still at -1 negative, because the system was created out of debt, and it can't continue to function unless that debt is passed on to someone else. Right. So the equitable position in this game is not to be at equals, which is the negative position. It's to be at +1 and be moving forward and passing that +1 forward to someone else. You're paying it forward. And I yield on that.
Wow. That was a mouthful. Huh. Okay. All right. Now let me ask you this. You've obviously done the W-4 process, right?
Yes.
Okay, so I did it as well, right?
Yep.
And I'm going to make the assumption that you know other people personally as well who've done it, right?
Yes.
Okay, so how many did you submit roughly?
Off the top of my head, maybe 11, maybe 12.
Okay, I probably submitted about the same amount. What about your other associates?
I'm pretty sure that they did their fair share. I didn't really ask them per se how many they did, but I'm
Right,
pretty sure that they had, everybody's got a lot of debt. So I imagine if they were really on it, they were trying to do every single one,
right,
which is kind of at the, when I was in the W-4 sandwich, was the mindset that I was in. I've got all this debt. I need to try to get rid of it. And I wasn't trying to do it to like get them to refund me money. I really just wanted the debt go away, right? What I
right,
thought. That was really what I was trying to do. So a lot of people were trying to get the IRS to go after them and get revisionary interest on something that was never really theirs to begin with. Right. So I had a realization when I was in a chat room talking to somebody else, and they showed me some paperwork, and I just realized I was wasting my time. Right. And then as you go along, you start learning, and you realize that, you're really at war with yourself, and you're trying to do all these processes to correct it. When, if you're not real careful, you may just make it worse. You have to be real careful about what you're doing, I mean, and I wish I would have had more foresight in those regards, because what I know now, I needed to know then. Right. So it's a journey, guys. Don't get ahead of yourself, and don't start doing things that you don't really know what you're doing. And I don't mean that you don't know how to do the process, but what really is transpiring when you do the process, and what it's going to affect, and how it may come back on you at the end of the day. So I haven't had anything come back as a result of that. I haven't even gotten a response like you did. So I really honestly don't think I'm going to get one. And that's okay, right? I would rather than throw it away so that I can move forward. Because now that I know this new stuff, I'm never going to go back to trying to do those silly processes like that, because it's not going to resolve anything. It's not going to make my situation better. It's like putting a band-aid on a bullet wound, really. We still have the national debt. Even if all your debt in the public was gone, you still have a national debt.
right. Yeah, absolutely. So clearly in your experience, you don't know anybody who's been successful.
Personally, no. I've seen some documentation that is shown that other people have had some success.
Uh-huh.
How far or what that really consisted of, I didn't really, to be honest with you, I quit caring, because I didn't want to go back and get caught up in the trap of going back to try to do more W-4s because somebody else had success. So I've just kind of moved away from it. Now, we did have that success where me and you put together the package, and we sent out 3 of them, one to Washington, one to Utah, and then one to the county clerk. They took it off of the public record where I couldn't do a search on it anymore on the Harris County or on the Houston municipal courts, right?
Right.
And what they did is they just changed the name in which the order of operations, the name was conveyed, and then started new bonds on it to hide it from the IRS, because she knew that what was going on, and that I was calling for the IRS to come down and do an audit on them. But aside from that, that was it. It was the only success I got. And it was really partial success.
Huh. Right. So, but it was a success. And you were able to show proof of concept and proof of success, but you couldn't emulate it and do it twice, correct?
Well, I didn't try. I just kind of gave up. Like I said, I found new information and developed new eyes to see something different that I couldn't see before. So I just kind of moved away from it.
Right. Okay. So, in both of our experiences, even though I've had one of my Ann's former students tell me that she and her friend were successful using the W4 sandwich. I have never to this day seen anybody be successful with W4 anything or 1099 anything. And that's me. And you guys are more than welcome to hit me up privately, off air, and show me your proof of concept and proof of success. And, you know, hey, I'll tell everybody it works. Until that time, I haven't seen it work, not one. And it seems to me like a lot of time and energy focused on, and money too, because it's expensive sitting that stuff if you're doing a lot of it, right, Jesse? He jumped off for a minute.
No, I'm sorry about that. The phone's going dead. Yes, absolutely. It definitely costs a lot of money, but fortunately for me, I had a federal postal account. So everything that I got to mail out was free. So in that respect, it didn't cost me a lot of money, just a bunch of time that was wasted that accomplished nothing.
Yep.
I'm going to step away for just a second, Floyd. All right.
All right. Today she's booked. Tomorrow it's Thursday. I'm booking a chiropractic appointment, guys. So bear with me. Thursday, I don't have anything there. And the reason is I have to go pick up my business cards. So they're roughly in the same place. That take? Sorry. I have to do this otherwise. 5 o'clock rolls around and I'm stuck out. 9:30. Okay, start. My chiropractor, here, let me plug my chiropractor. And I know most of you guys aren't here. This is Shay Stark. And here, I'll tell y'all who she is. If I can get back to the home page, here you go. About. That's Shay. And Shay's like 6'1". Born in Conroe, moved to Phoenix, blah, 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 blah. Volleyball scholarship. I told you she's a tall girl, taller than I am. Volleyball and bowling, bachelor's degree, blah, blah, blah. She found a local sports chiropractor, Shadow, and after the first day, she was hooked. After researching chiropractic schools, Dr. Stark decided on return home to Houston, Texas to attend Texas Chiropractic College, which everybody goes to. However, before she could start at TCC, she was injured while playing volleyball and had deferred. And it was during that deferment that she reignited her passion with volleyball by coaching. She coached the high school club level for 2 seasons before she started at TCC. She started at TCC in the fall of 2011, immediately became very involved in chiropractic associations. She traveled to Washington, D.C. in February 2012, the first of 3 consecutive years with the Student American Chiropractic Association, and attended the National Chiropractic Legislative Conference to lobby on Capitol Hill on behalf of the chiropractic profession. upon returning, she decided to run for vice president of her SACA chapter, Office West, long. She's very, very involved in her chiropractic community. Some of her skills. Wow, she doesn't have it on here. She travels the world, and she is the chiropractor, I think, for the world. I'm probably going to get it wrong with a big martial arts. So yeah, she traveled to Dubai. She's been all over the place. So yeah, she's very good. So I'm going to go see her tomorrow morning. I know a bunch of chiropractors, of course, Dr. Ed Group, he's a chiropractor.
Definitely going with you when I come back into town.
Okay.
Chiropractor, here we come. Woohoo.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. My Woody. Yeah. You know, my buddy Woody comes over all the time.
Yep.
He said, man, check this out. That's his. Let me take my screen share off. He sent me this picture. Look at his back. You say, hi, you not see them. Virtual backgrounds are they're good. They're not. They're good when they're good, and then they're not when they're not. Look at his back.
Oh man, that's how mine feels. That's how mine feels every day when I wake up. I was looking at the screen on the computer here, not on the phone. I didn't see what you was trying. I was like, why can't I see the picture?
Yeah, they said that they're gonna have to put 2 rods in there. Gonna put rods on each side of my spine.
Man,
I
did he
wrote
get
it.
into Did he get into an accident, or does he just have scoliosis, or what's going on with
Man, and why my back doesn't look like that, I have no idea, because I mean, we've been through the same traumas. I'm sure a lot of it is high school football. Because we used to eat Roar 714s, lemon 714s, Mandrex, and go out there and frickin' try to kill each other. I mean, we're numb, ball fucking beamed out. Bam!
You were
We
10 foot
laugh about
tall.
it.
She was doing Mandrex.
I mean, killing each other.
My dad would have liked you back then because that was his favorite thing. He used to love doing them Mandrex.
Oh my God. Yeah.
He was Superman when he was on those things.
Yeah. I have no idea how I can function. And crazy thing is that, Mandrex used to come in 10 sheets. For those of you who don't know, they were manufactured in Mexico. They used to bring them over by the tractor trailer full. We were getting fucked up. When we eat them, we eat like a half or a quarter, and you slowly get fucked up. And we were riding around after school one day with a buddy of mine, Jerry, and man, no, it's Malcolm. Man, this dude ate 10 of them, Jesse, and like within 2 hours, and drove perfect.
Wow.
Never once hit a curb, never once went outside the lines. I'm like, dude, how are you eating 10? Are you eating them really?
I have a funny story. I used to work at Fridays off of 45 South in Fuquay, right?
Right, yeah.
And waited tables, and I decided I was going to take a Xanax one night, and I had never taken one. So I was like, okay, we'll start off taking half one, and then I wound up taking the whole thing. Well, I woke up the next morning and was fully dressed, right? Don't remember how I got there. Don't remember what day it was. Stuck my hand in my pocket and had like $150 in my pocket, and was like, where'd that come from? Right. And then I realized I had to go to work, and then I went to work, and I was like, wow, I literally had no recollection of the whole night from working and waiting tables. And I was like, well, man, I must have had a really good night, So I went in, and at the end of the night, when you would do your checkout, they'd have a list of, everybody's sales, their liquor sales, their comps, their voids, et cetera, right? So I
Right.
went and looked at the night before, the previous sheet, and I looked at my sales, and I sold like $900. I had no voids and no comps and no complaints. And I was like, wow, I must have had the greatest night ever. I had no recollection of it whatsoever. I was like, yeah, but we're not going to do that again. We're not going to press our luck.
Right. Okay, Isaac. I haven't heard back from my next set of guests, so let me call him up.
So I'm talking to Melvin right now, and
From
I'm trying
Washington?
to, yes, and I'm trying to get him to come on.
Oh, okay.
It'll take a little bit of work, but I'm pretty sure he wouldn't mind.
Yeah, it's schedule's getting ready to get real hectic. We got a lot of people coming on. There's a lot of doctors.
I like that. I like doctors coming on. I like to
Oh.
hear what they have to say.
Yeah.
It's like Noah. Noah's a doctor in his own way too, right? I mean, if you're looking to get healthy and to build muscle and to develop a good routine for yourself. Now, to me, when I was talking to him, he seemed like a doctor because he was telling me what I needed to know. So really appreciate it. I can't wait till he comes back on. All right, let's see if we have any questions in the chat room. Is there any rejections for those paying taxes utilizing checks, instruments paid to the order of the U.S. Treasury? I'm pretty sure there are some rejections. You're going to have to find somebody that sent a check there to the U.S. Treasury to try to either get it cashed or to just, discharge or whatever they're doing. But I'm pretty sure there's people who've had success too. All right, I have to step away for just a second. I'll be right back.
Go ahead, Jesse, keep talking. Because I'm talking to Daryl Link on the other line, getting them lined up to come on here.
All right. I'm reading the chat here to see if we have any other questions that I'm capable of answering here. Oh no, the bird's fixing to go nuts. Everyone's goal is different. I personally want my public debts to be gone. I agree, hip hop. I think we all want our public debts to be gone. But we have to understand what's really going on here. Is that we have a public debt and we have a national debt, right? And even if all of us discharged our public debt, the national debt is money that they have borrowed or taken from our real estates. So to get rid of both sides of the debt, we're going to have to start learning how to get the real estate accredited, meaning that what was taken from it is put back. All right. So it's more than just discharging your public debt at the end of the day. Right. That's just fixing your problem, but that doesn't fix the problem. So you've got to start thinking of it in that respect. How can you start getting your real estate, getting those credits back that has been taken from it? Because that's where all the real money comes from, or the real substance, right? Which is an interest in things. Most people are like, well, property, they believe that property is just something physical or tangible, but we all know there's intellectual property, there's different types of interest in things. So it's not really the property itself that we're talking about here. We're talking about the interest in those things. And they have put a lien on the interest on those things, like, for example, your unalienable rights. Well, under Article 1, Section 10, Clause 1, the government can't interfere with the right of a man to contract in his private capacity unlimited. So if you wanted to sell your soul to the devil, there's no one that can stop you, right? And they've basically set up a system, you know, for conversation's sake, to where we have signed our soul or our real substance, the real interest in the things around us, the usufruct of those things, and we're asking for permission to use those things that we're supposed to have unalienable rights for, and we're being taxed for it. Right? It's just really, it's crazy when you think about it, and it kind of makes me upset a little bit to a certain degree. But I realize that it's really nobody's fault but my own, and my lack of knowledge and being ignorant in these things, and really knowing how this monetary system works, and getting caught up in the rat trap of chasing money and thinking that that is going to, you know, free me and be able to allow me to do whatever I want. But you could have all the money in the world and not have a soul, right? And that's really what they're doing, is they're trying to take our substance from us. Every time you sign that signature, you're giving your substance away. So you have to understand what substance is, and, you know, what an interest in things are, and how many different types of interests there are. Can't you merge the titles, public and private, and then audit the real estate side? Well, yes, but those aren't really the terms that you use to describe that. But in a nutshell, what you're saying, Lamar, yes, right? But it's not you that's going to be doing the audit. It's your trustees that are going to be doing the audit, that are going to go into the real estate and to find out what is there, you know, because all these creditors on the private side have invested, taken money out of your estate and started investing in bonds and creating securities with it. So when it's all said and done, like I said earlier, there's more than just one individual that has an interest in your estate. So if you think that you're going to get it all, well, you're sadly mistaken, because it's not all yours, right? You have to find out what your interest is in that estate, and then that's what you're going to ask for, and you're going to render unto Caesar the rest, because it's not yours. You don't want anything that's cursed, right? So revisionary interest, and then like Eric was saying last week, he mentioned like 30 other different types of interest. So I would go look up how many different types of interest there are, and then start reading it and figuring out, you know, what interests you may have and what
How you
interests
doing, Charlie?
someone else may have.
Hi,
What's up, Charlie?
Oh, my bad.
yeah,
There we go.
All
Sorry
right,
about
I'm
that.
going on mute here, Floyd.
Okay.
Going on mute.
Awesome. Thank you, Jesse. All right. Yeah, I just got a phone with Daryl. He's jumping on here in a minute.
I apologize.
Oh,
I forgot
no
all,
big deal.
I forgot all about you, and I was trying to take care of a bank account because someone's trying to shice me.
Yeah, the hell with that.
Yeah. Well, I just got to put a stop payment on the check. That's all.
Oh, yeah. Well, that's a fee.
That's minor compared to what we usually deal with.
Yeah, right. Absolutely. So before Daryl gets on here, let's go ahead and allow you to introduce yourself and give a little bio, because I know there's people that didn't see the show last week, and tell them who you are. Go ahead. Floor's yours. I'm gonna get some coffee. I'll be right back.
Okay, I'm Charlie Danielson. I'm just kind of a jack of all trades, entrepreneur. I'm great at getting things up and started and running. Once they get up and running, I got to hand it over to someone else because I lose interest. And then all things go to pot. So from that, I'm an investor. I invested into a farm and a ranch, and I'm also into commodities. And like now I'm studying the law and into that to protect all these assets of mine, because they'll be handed over to my kids, because we don't pay taxes even in the businesses. So I'm over at the Republic, or United States of Republic. That's with all small United and States organization. And this is what we're promoting over there also. And we believe that, well, the passport is very crucial to your success in claiming your liberty. I yield.
Absolutely. I went and got my new passport pictures taken. Here, let me turn off my background. You'll get a kick out of it.
Yeah, those
So-
photos always turn out great, don't they?
Uh-huh. What do you think about that?
Let's look at that. That is-
Well, actually, that ain't too bad. That's pretty good, really.
I have seen it all.
Yep, that's what's coming.
Yeah, much better.
Yeah, so I gotta send off my from my tribal ID as well as my passport book and card.
Tribal ID.
Oh, yeah. Yeah,
So, what tribe?
Muskogee Creek.
Ah, it's my wife's Cherokee out of Oklahoma.
Yeah, absolutely.
Her late wife.
Yeah, here's my citizenship ID card.
Uh-huh.
There's our great seal. I don't know if you can see that back lights. But anyway, yeah, I'm a card carrying member. My sixth grade uncle signed the Treaty of New York with the United States via negotiating with George Washington, Alexander McGillivray, and his father was Chief Red Cloud.
Yeah. Well, I'm just a Swedish white boy.
Right. So I actually have a little history. So I remember telling you, I don't know what's taking Daryl so long to get on.
Unless he's waiting for me to call him or something. I don't know.
No, I sent him the link. I texted it to him as well, sent it to him Telegram. So I don't know. He can call me back. He knows that. Anyway, I told you we had a Zoom coming up the following Sunday,
Yep.
which was past Sunday. And we had that, and I'll give you the gist of that off the record privately.
Okay.
I can't put it out publicly yet, but you're definitely going to be all in once you hear it. Absolutely. That's everything
Good.
you're looking for. Everything Daryl's looking for. Absolutely. So now what people don't know is Charlie is working on getting the Colorado 9 out of Colorado State Prison, which includes Bruce Doucette, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Break that down a little bit more in detail, what that looks like for everybody. So they kind of understand, how you came in contact with Bruce and that whole ilk and what happened to Bruce, his circumstances, as much as you can provide in detail, and what you're doing currently to assist with that movement and any association or disassociation you made from that ilk at the beginning, the former.
Okay. 2 years ago, this coming July, I was invited to a backyard party where 4 gentlemen were being there, and they wanted to know what I knew about the government. And they're the ones that told me about the Colorado 9. Other than that, I didn't live in here. I didn't see it in the paper because I don't pay much attention to the paper. So I didn't know what was going on. That's when I first learned about them, but none of them could tell me how to get a hold of them. Because I more or less made a commitment then that as long as I pursued the liberty movement, I'll soon find out the keys to it. And I need to help these guys. It wasn't until a year, let me see, at this time, about a year and 3 months ago. So that'd been like in November, a year ago, last November. An individual says, I know them. And in fact, I was one of them. So he sent me all their information so I could contact them. And I was able to get to the grand jury indictment and court records and stuff to look over what we were dealing with, even though really the whole thing's about jurisdiction. And so from that, I got everything. I wrote to the Attorney General He did not reply, so I wrote to the jailhouse. Now the Attorney General wrote back to me. So now at least I had a communications there. And I will say 15 months ago, I probably knew about a half of what I know now. So I'm in the process right now because we're going on the jurisdiction. Their deal is that you caused hell over on this side. But the problem, the deal we're fighting with on the jurisdiction is, if we had a jury by trial, would this event ever taken place? And that's where we're at with the discussion. We really haven't gone to court yet. I guess you could call this discovery process of both sides bantering where we stand. And my banter is, if a trial by jury existed, the gentleman would have presented their case, it had been said, been done, had been closed. By denying their trial by jury, they did by whatever means they could to help. And since then, I've met the lady now from Boulder that was involved in it, that they were fighting to help. And so she's even filled me in on some of that, what's gone on. And so that's basically our last argument to them, is that if the court was held, would you deny us from having one? Since then, we've also learned that, and it's the biggest problem most of us got, is with our passports. The government's decided that if we have a passport and it's a national passport, I'm getting to believe if you've got a passport, it don't matter how you fill it out. If you know how to use it, it'll work as your non-citizen national passport. And how you use it is every time they ask for your social security number, you give them your passport number. Because I marked all over it, United States citizen, another guy didn't. This was prior to the change of the DS-11 form last year. They changed the way it's filled out. Both of us filed it as United States citizens, and we both went on the I-9 or E-Verify help website. Back then it was my E-Verify. Like I said, last year they changed a lot of these sites a little bit. So they don't look like they did the year before or many years before. Like Copper Moonshine is still instructing, I believe, under the old passport application. But like I said, we both went in and we went and used it and found out our passports, they said we could work in America without a social security number. So what does that tell you? And we both marked on them we were citizens. So I'm getting to believe it doesn't really matter. If you go to non-citizen national certificate website, it says in the 5th paragraph that we're getting rid of the non-citizen national certificate, and it's now and we're going to use the passport for it, since the passport makes the claim that you're a non-citizen national and delineates that you're a citizen of the United States. So they're basically saying by that, they're not saying you need an oath or anything. They're just saying get a passport and it's valid.
Right.
So we don't know that for a fact. I'll be filing for another passport here because the old one is 2 years expired and starting to cause me problems.
Right.
So I need to get one that's up to date, at least, not 12, 14 years old.
Yeah, I'm getting ready to redo mine. That's why I went and got my photograph yesterday.
Well, I'm so out of it. I'm having trouble identifying who I am.
Yeah, it seems to be an epidemic.
Yeah, well, I struggle to get on a plane. They want to really check you over for it.
Right.
The highway patrol still accepts it.
Yeah. All right.
Federal court buildings don't like it.
Yeah, you think?
Yeah, they want to, you see, if you don't have your identification, they'll escort you around the building,
Oh, okay.
but they only do it one way. So you have, I guess when you get done with your court, you can run anywhere you want, do whatever you want after that.
All right. Let's see here
Okay.
in the chat. Any of you guys have a message for or a question for Charlie here? Non-citizen national, shouldn't it be just non-citizen? Laughing out loud, the wordplay they use to get you back to a US citizen.
I'm not as skeptical as with the government like a lot of people are. They feel that the government is kind of out to get them. What I'm finding out more and more, and now contacting some people, it's more that they're just trying to hide from you. Once they get called on the carpet, they actually do follow the rules pretty close. Or maybe I should say, when I understand what they say the rules are.
Right.
I mean, like now in the passport, they're letting it be known, get it. And that's your evidence. So if you follow it and it only makes sense, anybody can do a short research on a diplomat, and it'll tell you. They'll tell the diplomats, you don't have that card, you'll probably get treated like trash, and it ain't our fault. Well, if they consider our passport like our diplomat card, those that don't have it to show, they don't get treated too kindly. But yet, when you in a court, if you in my document, a lot of times I just send what I call an Article 1817 statement to the court, and I just ignore the court after that. I don't care what they do. It's like, come get my money if you dare. And they never do. In fact, I just had a case, and I'm going to try another one here shortly, where they had to put a bond up. So, they put up $5,000 for a $50,000 bond. Well, we wrote them the statement, and we just ignored the case. And that was a month ago, and they haven't cashed that bond yet. They got the 5,000, but they haven't turned the other 45,000 in for a claim.
Okay.
And the guy put it on a credit card, so that means they can just, they could charge it anytime they want.
Huh. Wow.
So that shows, to me, it shows Article 4, Section 4, where they say we're responsible for both sides of the courts and to keep them separated. And I say two courts, I'm talking about self-governance versus legislative. They're both a government. It's just a different style. One's self-governed, so we're the government, and the other one is democracy through elections, legislation, government. And so I'm going to be trying that in another court case here shortly. My money will be on the line for that.
Okay.
It's not my case, but I've got the bond.
Okay.
And we're going to see if they're going to just steal. In that case, I'll lose. They'll have $500, but the other 4,500, we're going to see if they're going to have the credit card cash it. And I don't believe they will. I really don't.
Wow. Man, it's crazy. This crap they're doing, man. It's insane.
Well, here's what I'm finding out. If you have your passport, they honor it. Period.
Hold on, well, let's back up. If you have your passport, they honor it. Who is they?
Government. In other words, cop stops you on the street, you hand it to them, and you just say, and if I've been always just saying, well, I just believe I'm in a different jurisdiction. And today I just tell them I'm a non-citizen national. I'd let it sit there. Passport reflects that. he can say whatever he wants. I really don't care. It's basically come get me now, because if you violate that with the identification, you got a problem.
Okay.
Because I believe that strongly in the passport and everything I've dealt with and how powerful
There's Daryl.
it is. So if you show that, they won't put you in the court. If you don't have that, they'll harass you. And well, I just did this with my daughter, and I've done it with other people. And I know this is, if you can get stopped with your driver's license or something, like, just so if you can do whatever you can do not to get arrested. I've sent that Article 1817 statement in, and I've sent in what I call my 4-page document. It might be 5. And we just ignore it, and they don't do nothing. They just freeze. But if you get in jail, that's a mixed bag. If they put you in jail, it's going to take you 2 to 10 days to get the papers filed and whatnot. Well, it'll take you 2 or 3 days to get them filed, but after they get filed, it'll take 2 to 10 days before you get a response. And all the courts are different. Some will sit there and say, well, I can't do that for you. Others, like one we just had, threw him out of jail and gave him a bus ticket home, and dropped all the charges. So that's a, I'm sorry.
And gave him a bus ticket.
Yeah, he was 120 miles from home, so they gave him a bus ticket to the home.
Right. Who is Dr. Mary?
You asking me? I don't know.
I don't either. I don't know how they got the Zoom link. Well, let's find out.
I know you can.
Hello, Dr. Mary.
This is Daryl.
Oh, Dr. Mary's Daryl?
No, this is Daryl. I
Yeah, I
shared that. I thought that was just to listen, and they called and I said, "Well, I'll just send you the link," and I was going to get on with Fearless Floyd, and so I sent them that link, and I guess that's how they would have connected if that's the case.
Oh, okay. Yeah, all they have to do is go to YouTube, the Fearless Floyd Show, and they can watch it live.
Okay, well, I'm sorry. That's what
Good
happened.
deal. Oh, yeah, I'm not tripping. I'm very easygoing.
Until.
Do you want me to disconnect it?
No, you're fine. You
Okay.
been with the big boys.
Okay, awesome. Thank you. I'm gonna go on mute.
Yeah, if you have anything positive to add, yeah, chime in anytime.
Thank you.
You're welcome. All right, Daryl, I don't know how much you followed of what Charlie just covered.
I just got on. I got real poor service out here, and I finally got connected.
Right. Yeah, I understand that. There's going to be people on this video and watch this video who didn't watch last week, so they really don't know who you are. So go ahead and give everybody a little brief bio about you and how you got from where you were to this point.
Okay, this is Daryl Link over here in Colorado. I guess we got into this here when we got into a bankruptcy situation back. It was a progress of learning, and we start understanding the different jurisdictions, with the corporation, sure, and we worked together with Jim Wright to kind of help to restore the republic back to the de jure original camp that was with the 4 organic law. And in this a little over a year ago, in this effort, Charlie kind of working together and to deal with the of these here basic operating out here and trying to hold us to some unilateral contract. So we've been progressing, and that's kind of how Charlie and I got connected, and we've been working together to resolve some of these issues with the proper identity through the and addressing these issues before the House Committee on the Judiciary. So, I'll to this point. So, with that, I yield if that's enough.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Dr. Mary, you want to give an introduction or remain anonymous?
Well, at this time, I'll just hold back. But I'll share at some point. How's that?
That's fine. Are you
Okay, but
are you an MD doctor?
yes, I am. I practice natural medicine. However, I went to school as a Western medicine doctor and realized after 6 years that who was running our medical schools. It was quite a surprise when I walked into a meeting and all I saw was the pharmaceutical companies. So yeah, I quickly changed courses, and my specialty is colon hydrotherapy. Yeah, and I run a clinic here in Hawaii, doing 10-day cleanse programs. And I see people from around the world with just extreme elements, or people that just want to have a higher level conscious of the spirit.
Okay.
Yeah, it's
Were you involved in the assembly out there in Hawaii?
yes, I am, and I was with Anna for, oh gosh, way back in, I think it was 2016.
Okay.
And then quickly learned who I was listening to, and been involved with many groups and listened to many gurus over the internet. And it's been a wonderful learning process, with Daryl and Charlie and that particular group that comes on every Tuesday and Thursday, and many others like yourself. So it's a huge learning curve trying to retrain our mind, but it's been a wonderful journey, and I appreciate everybody's knowledge. So here we are. I got involved really because of a illegal foreclosure.
Okay.
And you probably know the details, but yeah, I'm sure it's the same boat that everybody's been in, that we're all sort of struggling with to correct truth.
Yes, I'm almost probably in a position that so many people reach out to me with that particular topic that I'm an expert in civil RICOs and civil rights complaints, Title 42, 1983s. That I have tons of RICO templates on various topics and issues. A class action civil RICO across the country, because this isn't happening just in one local area, and it's nationwide.
Yeah.
It's sad. Let me ask you this real quick before I forget. So do you know Joshua G out there?
Yes, not personally, but have listened to
Okay.
him. Yes.
Okay, well, I just texted him because we had been in contact before, and apparently his phone number has changed or is no longer in service. So if you can, I would love to have him contact me. He knows who I am. So if you can reach
Okay.
out through your network there in Hawaii and have him reach out to me, please.
Oh, I sure will. I can send him a
Yeah.
message.
Because he's a former state coordinator. Am I not correct on that?
Yes, you're absolutely correct. Uh-huh.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I want to start having some of these former state coordinators for the assemblies come on here, where they can explain their experience and what the internal combustion looks like in their.
Yeah. Well, he's got young and he's full of fire and energy, and he will share with you.
Right. Well,
Yeah.
you don't know this, but there's big news on the horizon, and it's
Oh,
in this movement.
oh,
You know who Eric Dingis is, correct?
yes.
Eric, I said, Eric, describe it in one word. He said, phenomenal.
Wow. Okay.
Yeah.
Well, I could use some phenomenal information.
And he said the birth of his children was phenomenal. So,
Oh.
Imagine
Wow.
the gravity of that statement as Eric,
Yeah.
and you know the trials and travails that Eric has gone through with the Anna's Federation, the Peacekeeping Task Force.
Yeah. Yes, definitely. Have you ever talked to Jackie from Utah? She
Mm,
was the notary for Utah with
Maybe,
Anna.
maybe I don't have her on my list
She's
of,
got a horrendous story.
oh yeah, I'd love to have her on. Anybody that
Yeah.
you feel that can help educate people to not make the same mistake you've made, or
Uh-huh.
somebody that's close to you that you know personally, firsthand knowledge that they made a mistake doing something, i.e. potentially following Anna von Reitz and doing her paperwork and having full faith in the sign in America thing, the whole 9 yards. You know the deal.
Right, right.
Yeah, yeah, they're more than welcome to come on my show. Wednesdays are dedicated to nothing but the nationalist movement. But the phenomenal thing could potentially encompass everybody that's doing the nationalist movement thing, everybody
Right.
doing the private thing, and then everybody who's over here doing the QAnon, MAGA, Patriot, Red Pill movement that are
Right.
disillusioned with both political parties, but they're still conservative, they're still cohesive, and they're looking for something that will get them freedom from the tyrannical government that they are, they want to be involved in it, but they don't want to be involved in it. You know what I mean? They got one foot in, one foot,
Right.
and they don't know that
Right.
we're over here, guys. We're over here. We're the de jure. We're the ones you're really looking for.
Right. I think what's happened is there's been so much disillusion from so many different organizations or groups that people are a little bit hesitant to move forward.
Absolutely.
Yeah, yeah, and I always thought if we could, because we all collectively are going in the same direction, if we could collectively get together, we would be so dang powerful because there's so many numbers out there.
And I'm trying to do that. I'm trying to be that
Oh,
catalyst.
awesome. Awesome.
Yes.
Yeah, this is
And
exactly what needs to happen.
yeah, and say prayers for me because I need them. And there is a ton of divine intervention happening in my life to make, meeting you right now, you know,
Yeah.
what are my chances today living my normal life, being able to talk to a doctor like this?
Right. Yeah, we probably would have never crossed paths.
Exactly. And people are being brought into my life that matter, that can make a
Uh-huh.
difference. And
Yeah, isn't that's so powerful how the divine has worked this into all of our needs.
yes,
Uh, yeah.
I don't know if you follow me, the Fearless Floyd show across all platforms, YouTube, BitChute, Rumble, Twitch, Facebook, TikTok, you name it, Venmo,
Yeah.
PayPal, Cash App. I have a website, thefearlessfloydshow.com.
Uh-huh.
I can always be reached at the Fearless Floyd Show at yahoo.com.
Okay.
Telegram is the backbone of my brand and platform.
Okay.
Please follow me, share all the people that you know, because what I'm trying to establish is bring all these different entities because we're all on the same path. It's
We
just
are.
we're in a different, like we're on a different planet, but we're all going to the same destination.
Right.
We're
Yeah.
different spaceships, let's put it that way, but we're all going to the same planet. And that,
Yeah. And I would love for all us to be in the same, spaceship together, because when we are like that, it's just amazing what could happen.
right. And it's the same thing with, looking at culture, oh, they're Black, oh, they're Latino, oh, they're Asian, oh, they're Indian, they're different. I don't know if, we can commingle, but for
No.
me, it's not like that because I am a person of color. I'm indigenous, card carrying member.
Right.
So anybody and everybody, I grew up with Cubans, Puerto Ricans, Egyptians, Saudi Arabians, poor whites, no Hispanics, no Blacks, because we lived in the poorest of the poor, where when these people came from other countries, that's how poor. those people.
Yeah.
That's where I was when I was raised. I didn't even know how I was so poor.
All right.
Yeah,
Well,
just
wonderful.
yeah.
Well, I will reach out to those two folks that I know that has a great story for you. And
Okay.
yeah.
And I'm going to ask you, do you know Dr. Ed Group? Or have you even heard of him?
No,
Okay.
no, I don't believe I've even heard of him.
Go look up Dr. Ed Group. He will be on my show. He's on the team.
Okay.
He has a company called Global Healing, as well
Okay.
as course studies called Global Healing Institute. He is here local in Houston. I've known Ed. Oh my God. I think I met Ed in 1988.
Uh-huh.
So I've known him for a very long time. And Jesse could testify to this. The reason he's in the supplement business is because Ed and I brought Ed in the supplement business because I had a supplement, and
I'll be there, huh?
I failed. He has succeeded beyond his wildest imagination, and I'm very proud of Ed and his family for being so successful in all his accomplishments.
Oh,
Yeah.
that's incredible. Great.
Yes.
Yeah, if you want to see what I do, and I'm always using supplements for my patients, so I might be able to get a hold of Ed and have some conversation about that.
Yeah,
You can
absolutely.
check
Well,
out,
we can do a show together.
yeah, you can check out Aloha Aina Wellness Center, and that's my website.
Spell
And
that.
Aloha is ALOHA,
Uh-huh.
and then Aina is AINA, and then wellness, WELLNESS, and then center.com. And I was thrown out of my clinic and out of my house in May of last year. So I've been unemployed since May of last year.
Ouch.
Yeah, I was approached by 20 wrongdoers with guns on their hips on a Saturday morning after living in my home for 32 years. They showed up on a Saturday at 8:30 in the morning and said I had 15 minutes to leave.
Oh, Jesus.
Yeah, so we're still fighting that, but we know what that's all about.
Right. I have Aloha, AINA wellnesscenter.com.
Yeah, Ina is AINA.
Ina. Spell it
Yeah,
again. Sorry.
A as an apple,
Huh?
I as an Indian, N as in Nancy, and then A.
Yeah, that's what I have. Oh, wow.
Aloha Ina Wellness Center.
Tell me the site can't be reached.
Well, that's bizarre. I was
know.
astonished. Yeah, it might be getting an update right now from one of my web
Okay.
designers. It's just, you can try that in a little bit.
Let me try a different browser.
Oh, yeah, and try HawaiiHealthWellness.com. HawaiiHealthWellness.com. She may be doing some updates because we're doing a revamping.
Okay. Well, I should put another L in there. That would help. There we go. All right.
It came up?
Yep. That popped up.
Oh, beautiful. Okay, awesome. Yeah, that's
There we
my website. And yeah, that's it.
Mhm.
And I just love doing what I do because it changes lives. I specialize in the 10-day cleanse program. And people come in from around the world and spend 10 days in Hawaii, and it just literally changes their life.
10-day cleanse. What type of cleanse? Just define that.
A colon hydrotherapy.
Okay.
It's a process that cleanses the entire 5 feet of impacted fecal matter, worms, and parasites. And when we change the environment in the colon from acidic to alkaline, no more disease can manifest. So when people come to me with many elements, and also just awareness. But when they come with lots of elements, it's obviously an indication that they have a very acidic environment in the colon. And the colon is where all disease starts. It manifests from there.
Absolutely. In your gut.
Yeah, and so when I do have the 10-day cleanse, I have a chef on staff that prepares all of the signature foods that are very alkaline and organic. I have a masseuse on staff that's working the lymphatic system with all my patients. And then what I love most is teaching my patients the emotional aspect of how we hang on to all of our anger and resentment and judgment and criticism, because
Wow.
all of that is connected to the colon. And so when they get educated through that 10-day cleanse, they walk out of there a completely different person. And
wow.
it is, yeah, it's life changing. It is just, it's God's work. There's miracles happen every single day in that clinic when I'm working. And when I get to witness these things and be able to share with my patients, the stories, it's just, they really get touched on a spiritual level. Because when we have a clean temple, we have a clean mind.
Right.
Right.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Yes.
When our temple isn't doing so well, it's really easy to be a little bit sassy, and not have a good attitude. So I just love it because people get to really feel good for the first time in their life. They always say, Dr. Mary, is this what good feels like? And I said, absolutely. And they said, my God, I don't ever want to change this. And I said, well, you keep up what you learned in the 10-day cleanse and you'll have a very extraordinary life. That's for sure. So it's a quite profound experience. And like I said, people come in from around the world and spend, a couple weeks in Hawaii on vacation and go through this transformation. And when they go home, they're completely different.
Wow.
Yeah. I touch them on, it's a mind, body, and spirit connection for sure.
Right.
And yeah, I've had patients tell me, gosh, I don't even need a plane to get home. I feel so high,
Wow. Wow.
Yeah, it's really amazing. I've had Ann Hemingway at the studio, at the clinic, and Sandra Bullock and Michael Jordan, and people that come in just of higher awareness, because when we're not so, I guess, bogged down with all that negativity that we store in our colon for all these years, when that's gone, you have such a sense of freedom, and you really are open to information that's directed to us on a much higher level, because we have that clear vessel now to receive it. Makes sense?
Yeah. Oh yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. So I love what I do. And when they took that away from me last May, Saturday morning, I've been lost, literally lost. Daryl knows how lost I've been, because I used to wake up every morning looking forward to do what I do.
Yeah.
And I don't think there's too many people in this world could say, I love going to work and doing what I do, but I have that. God gifted me with an amazing profession, and I'm so glad that I sort of made a huge shift in my medical career, because I was really directed my goal was to go become a doctor, was just to help and heal. But after 3 years of finding out who was running our medical schools, I was so discouraged. I was just, boy, it was like a big kick in the fanny, of awakening. And that was sort of the beginning of it all. So I'm glad I'm where I am now.
Right. And you really can't dive into the minutia of what that
Yeah.
looks like.
You see that beautiful house right there
Uh-huh.
that you just passed?
Right.
That's the house they took away from me. That's the house that 20
Oh,
wrongdoers
no.
came into and just destroyed it. Literally destroyed it. And that's where I had my clinic. I worked out of my home, and that was right on the ocean.
Oh, no.
And
Looks
I
gorgeous.
tell you, pardon me?
I said it looks gorgeous.
It is. It was absolutely stunning. There wasn't a day went by that I didn't do something to that home. I took a lot of pride in that. And after my husband was killed by a
Oh,
police
right here.
officer,
What?
yeah, he was killed by a police officer trying to get child trafficking off the streets in Hawaii. And he was approached by 4 police officers and 2 judges, and they told him that he was affecting their income. That happened in one November evening, and January 9th, he was shot by one of them. So it's been a really rough journey, and I
Wow.
think,
I'm so
yeah,
sorry to hear that. I really am.
yeah, it's
That
been
is,
really tough. And when they threw me out of, the only thing that I knew and had a little comfort with, um, it's rocked my world too. I mean, Daryl knows, he's been with me the whole step of the way, and I just feel so grateful that I've had a friend like that to be able to call and help me get through the next moment.
yeah, absolutely. Well,
Yeah.
you're doing God's work. I mean, you're a tribute to mankind. That's all I'm going to say, what you're doing and what you've gone through. And I understand getting everything taken away from you. Sadly, I can't imagine having your spouse and lifelong companion being taken away from you like that. That's just
Yeah.
horrible.
It's, yeah, it's been absolutely way beyond words, and I've had to keep very quiet about it because I didn't want to be the next one in line.
Yeah. Look, guys,
Yeah,
if I disappear, you guys don't hear from me, something happened to me. Okay.
yeah,
I'm
yeah,
gonna disappear on my own. You will have a post up here and say, Fearless Floyd has gone fishing
yeah.
for 90
I
days
hear
doing it due to an NDA. Okay.
right. Yeah, I hear you. I hear you.
That's what you're gonna hear
Yeah,
from me. So if for some reason I don't pop on Monday through Friday or start doing my videos or I don't answer my phone, yeah, somebody
yeah.
came and reached out and touched me.
Right, right. And yeah, so it's just one of those things we're dealing with in this world today, and they don't like truth.
Yeah, somebody was
And
asking me what happened to my video that I had done with the Mobile County Circuit Court clerk, and I had to take it down because people were sitting in front of her house.
oh,
Yeah.
oh,
Oh yeah.
yeah.
Like people, I'm telling you guys, man, this ain't no game.
No, it's
This
not
is
by any
life
means.
and death. Yeah, you're listening to firsthand testimony of what
Yep,
will happen.
absolutely,
And that's what,
absolutely.
yeah, we tell you guys, man, when y'all start slinging out this paperwork and you're making these allegations and these claims, man, be careful what you do. Pick your battles
Right.
wisely.
Absolutely, absolutely. Yeah, so that's kind of what's been going on here in Hawaii. I'm hoping and praying for resolution soon so I can go back to work.
Yeah,
It
I would
won't be at this particular house, but I'm hoping to be able to get enough resolution so I get a place and get back to work and doing what I love to do, because when I'm working, I feel the closest to God.
yeah,
And
I would imagine.
yeah, and that's where I need to be so I
Oh,
could
that's pretty
move
good.
forward. But yeah, the place was just absolutely, you can see all the pictures, how beautiful everything was.
Oh yeah.
And when they came in there, they just literally destroyed so much. I mean, it's really horrible. That was my entrance right there, my waiting room where all my patients would wait. And yeah, that was the pool that we built. It was absolutely gorgeous. It was all ozonated water. There was no
Oh
chlorine.
wow. No
Yeah,
way.
it was all ozonated. We decided that if we were going to be swimming in something, we needed to not be swimming in chemicals.
Right. Swimming
That's
the best.
Yeah, that's another view of my entrance, the waiting room where my patients would wait.
Right.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and Those are the beautiful flowers that were all over my property, those gardenias. I just
Yeah.
loved them. Had 'em
Yeah.
everywhere.
Smell great. Oh man, I can't.
Oh gosh, yeah, they're like heaven. Yeah, Keith would cut those flowers every morning and put them in my clinic room for me, and the patients just loved it.
Wow. Yeah, it's the little
Yeah.
things, right?
Pardon me?
It's the little things like
The
that.
little thing.
Yeah, that you kind
Absolutely.
of took for granted as it occurred.
Yep.
Now you're like,
Yeah.
oh, man, I really did miss that. You know, that
Oh,
was important to me.
absolutely.
Yeah.
I always had lunch on my desk and I always had tons of water. This was the outside lanai of my office where I would sometimes go and do consultations for people that oftentimes needed to just vent. So we would use that area. Uh-huh.
Okay,
I just,
so this is your website. Is it up to
yeah.
date?
We're doing some modifications to it now. So
Okay.
yeah, she's updating some things to it because the secretary that I had for 17 years, she
Uh-huh.
designed this. She helped me open up Aloha Aina Wellness Center, and she
Okay.
passed away 6 months before Keith passed away. And so I was devastated after I lost her because that's all I had. She was my right arm in the office.
Right.
And there's some things on here that needed to be updated, and I was not very savvy on that. So I hired somebody a couple weeks ago, and she's been working on some things in the back office. So that's why I didn't know if it was up and running yet, but I see she hasn't updated this yet. She's waiting for my approval, and I just haven't got a chance to look at it all. Yeah, but for the most part, that's my life. That's what I love, and that's what I do. Yeah.
Oh,
So
you're,
just keep me in prayer that I can get back to work.
I may have something for you because and it's divinity. I don't have any other way to explain what's happening in
Oh,
my life right now.
okay.
The first person to paper up in the Texas State Assembly under Anna Von Reitz is Dr. Brian LeCompte. Not for sure if you're familiar with him. He's in the same boat you are.
Oh, okay.
Whole MD thing. I believe he ran a couple hospitals. Very, very bright, brilliant man. I'm honored to be able to consider him my friend and to speak to him. But he's taken the whole path you have. Oh, wow, all that's going on. Well, I got to go over here and do it different. Wink, wink, nod, nod. You know what I'm talking about.
Uh-huh.
Yeah. So he's with you. And of course, Dr. Ed Group, go to globalhealing.com. That's his website.
Global healing. Okay.
Yeah. He's also on Telegram as Dr. Edward Group.
Mhm. And you're saying group like GROUP?
Yep.
Okay.
Like a group of people.
Okay, great.
Mhm.
And what was that other doctor's name that you said was following Anna?
Oh, no. He was the first one to paper up in Texas, and he was in the first group to leave.
Oh, gotcha.
He
Okay.
left with me, Eric, Kim Reynolds, and the other justicing coordinators and recording secretaries.
Yeah. Okay.
Brian LeCompte, LE capital COMPTE.
Okay. Thank you so much.
Oh, you're more well. I'll have a whole group of you doctors together.
That'd be great.
Yeah, put y'all all in contact because y'all on the same wavelengths, doing the same thing. But like Ed's internationally known. He's world-renowned public speaker. His big thing is urology, urine therapy. Are you familiar with that?
Uh-huh.
Okay, that's a
Yeah.
big thing for him. Yeah, he's really good. He used to be on the Alex Jones show. I'm very proud of him. Very
Oh,
successful.
very good.
Yeah.
Yeah, I used to travel around the world and do nutritional lectures for people, or not people, for doctors and nurses. and I really enjoyed that. However, traveling got really wore on me after a while. I was
Right.
like in the Philippines for 2 weeks, and I'd be back home in Hawaii for 2 weeks and back in the Philippines. And I did that for almost 4 years.
Right.
And
Well,
yeah.
as we build this new community of people who want to be free from the tyrannical corporate government, we
Mhm.
already know what our hospital system looks like. We already know what the AMA looks like. We already know what big pharma looks like. So we
Yeah.
definitely don't want to be involved in any of that. So it's
Mhm.
people like yourself, Brian, Ed, other doctors, Dr. Lee Merritt. Actually, Eric is going to be an interview with Dr. Lee Merritt in 2 hours. And then I have other doctors who I'm going to be in contact with here real quick to be on my show. But it's going to take all of us to come together, and you guys are the ones that are going to create the new healthcare system.
Yeah. Yeah. We have already been designing and moving forward with the wellness clinics that could man people like, acupuncturists, massage therapists, colon hydrotherapy, so, just all the other alternative modalities in one place.
Right.
Yeah, to really be able to service the people that are so open to that,
Absolutely.
because we all should have a choice.
Yeah. And I know Brian wants to do something similar to what you've done. Dr. Lisa Kennedy, she used to have a clinic just similar to what you're doing. And Ed has his supplement line, as well as his Global Healing Institute, where he offers courses to teach people. He's also on the Candida gut cleanse, all that stuff. So
Oh yeah.
yeah, everybody's on the same page, but the problem is you guys are being suppressed by big pharma and the AMA. So you really
Oh
can't.
yeah.
Y'all can only say so much before you're going to get your license taken away.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've known of colon hydrotherapists in Florida that have disappeared. And so, yeah, I just believe somebody said to me one day, Dr. Mary, aren't you kind of fear your life? And I says, no, I said, I've loved and I've been loved. And as long as I do God's work, I know that I have that protection of God. And if it is my time, it's my time, and that will be God's decision. So I am not going to live in fear, because that's exactly what they want us to do. And I'm going to continue to do God's work as long as I have a breath of fresh air.
Okay.
That's just, yeah.
Right. Daryl, give her my contact information, my cell phone number. And that way she can contact me, and we can exchange contact information.
Okay. Sounds great.
We're matter of fact, I just got off with Eric. We are putting together a seminar in Plano, Texas,
Mm-hmm.
at a beautiful, gorgeous art gallery, Sky Pony Gallery. The owners, wonderful, beautiful people. You'll love them. But we want to put on either a weekend seminar that will touch all different aspects of what we are all about, as far as holistic healing, what's available out there, especially the cleanses. I'm sure Ed would love to come participate in that. I'll have other people that are in like the red pill movement, like Michael's already up there, -48. So I know all I have to do is ask him, and he'd love to be there.
Yeah. One.
Yeah, I can, maybe even get Wano Saving to show up. Some other people in the movement, in the naturals movement. Of course, Eric will be there. I'd like to have James C. Lovett fly down from Wisconsin to attend. He's real big with the whole passport process.
Okay. Yeah.
He and I we're getting ready to refile ours, but we're using his brand new process.
Uh-huh. Oh, nice.
Yeah, that's even, because he already took copper moonshine still process and amped it up and did such a good job that he's now best friends with the Colonel who created that process.
Oh, great.
Yeah.
Okay.
And
What is
so
is he adding documents to it or something?
it's the verbiage, the way we're completing it.
Uh-huh.
Um, so yeah, we'll see what happens, but
Yeah.
he's on the cutting edge as far as that. That's his niche. That's his bailiwick. Uh,
Yeah.
brilliant, brilliant, brilliant guy. So if you get a chance to go check him out, he's James C. Lovett with 2 T's on YouTube.
Okay. James C.
Blacklight23.com is his website. Great, 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 great guy. He's going to be one of the tips of the spear in this movement.
Oh, fantastic.
Right.
Yeah, if I get back to work, I would love to be able to make it down there when you guys get that health thing together.
Right. Well, I'm going to see what
Yeah.
I can do about getting some sponsors and
Uh-huh.
advertisements to
Yeah.
help defray some of the costs for flights, room and board for some people who live out of town, such as yourself and James.
Uh-huh.
It's just a matter of sitting down and putting all this together. That's all.
Right. What month were you thinking about this?
We were looking at this month, like the 3rd week of the month.
Oh, like around 15th or, oh, it'd be the weekend. So the 18th, 19th, something like that.
Possibly, I don't know yet. We just,
Yeah.
I need to talk more with Eric. He had to jump off my call because he was setting the interview up with Dr. Lee Merritt.
Okay. Okay.
So yeah, it's just something we need to put together, figure out what the scheduling would look like, far as who would do a presentation at what time and where, if we may have 1 or 2 or 3 going on in different areas of the gallery, because the gallery is that big.
Oh, wow. Awesome. That's
Yeah.
incredible.
Oh yeah, you could
Yeah.
literally have 4 different speakers speaking at the same time in different areas and not step on each other.
Wow. That's amazing. Okay. Well,
Yeah,
I can definitely speak for hours about colon hydrotherapy. That's for sure. It's
right.
pretty amazing. Yeah.
And people need to
amazing
know
gift.
that this is available out there. And I'm sure you have testimonials, correct?
Oh my gosh. I have thousands and thousands of testimonies. Yes. It's just amazing. Colon hydrotherapy is one of the oldest modalities. It's from the Bible. And yeah, it's one of the oldest modalities. And once a year, what I would do is I would have different colon hydrotherapists from around the United States or world come in and do a 10-day cleanse. And I would teach them this process so they could take it back to their hometown or their country, wherever they were from. And, as healers are the ones that need the nourishing and the love the most, because we take on so much. Right.
Right. Yeah.
And yeah, and it's just amazing. I have healers from around the world that come in and do the 10-day cleanse, and they often say, Dr. Mary, I do hypnosis, or I do this, or I do that. But the key thing is until we take care of the internal part on a cellular level, we will never be able to receive the information that, like hypnosis to its fullest.
Right.
Because we are so hindered with the acidic environment that it blocks the absorption,
Yep.
if you will.
Yeah.
Right.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Because we are all energy, and we have 50 trillion cells in our body. And with that being said, if they aren't doing their maximum job, then we aren't feeling the best that we can feel. And it says in the Bible, he who has a clean temple has a clean mind. And that is like the key element right there. So we need to have our temples working at the best that they could work, especially nowadays. And there's a lot of wonderful supplements out there, and I do believe in supplements. However, we're not even absorbing the supplements if the colon's not clean.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah,
It's
absolutely.
blocking the absorption level.
And what's
So,
blocking the absorption? Mucus buildup?
no, it's usually a buildup of old fecal matter. Anybody that's done any kind of synthetics, or a lot of times we've got these preservatives in foods that, stay in our system forever. And for instance, your colon is 2.5 inches in diameter. And most people don't defecate that large. When they defecate, it's maybe an inch, depending on what we eat. It could be bigger, it could be smaller, right?
Right.
So the difference of your defecation every day opposed to 2.5 inches in diameter, the difference is what's stuck in there. You
Oh.
understand what I'm saying?
Wow, 2.5 inches in diameter?
Yeah. Yes. And so, I'm sure you have children. When you see a child defecate, it's huge. And you go, how in the world did that little guy or girl poop that big, right?
Oh, wow.
I mean,
Okay.
yeah, it's pretty amazing. And it's because they aren't hanging on to emotional garbage that we learn to hang on to as we grow up.
You're kidding
So
me. So it's
no,
all emotional garbage that's
there's a
compacted.
lot of, yeah, that's what it acts as, a gluing agent. All of this emotional shit that we endure. It's really interesting. I'm sure you've been to a barbecue or a family gathering where Aunt Betty's talking about Uncle George and the poor guy's been dead for 20 years, right?
Yes.
And she's still talking about shit that he did, right? And you go, come on, Aunt Betty,
Obviously, you were at my reunion then.
Oh, okay. I tell you, it happens all the time. And so this is an indication of what people will hang on to forever and ever and ever. And it's very acidic to hang on to this old emotional negative stuff. And if you know anybody that's really negative and they're always complaining about this or complaining about that, they're generally very sick people. Because all of that stuff I just mentioned compromises the immune system. And because it compromises the immune system, their immunity is so low that they can't even fight anymore. Any elements or diseases that come upon them, they just get sick and sick and sicker. And they end up taking 12 different types of medication. And they think they're doing great because the doctor got them on this. Oh, the doctor gave me that. And you're going, OMG, all of that stuff is blocking that colon even more. So yeah, emotions have a lot to do with it. And so during the 10-day cleanse, I teach people like what part of the colon is connected to what emotion and what part of the colon is connected to what part of the body we're working on. So that way my patients get a very good visual as to, if something was going on down the road and, they're getting a little bit upset. And I always say, listen, when you get upset, you're losing 5 hours of your immune system. And so you're going to want to ask yourself, is that guy worth 5 hours of my immune system, or is that girl, or whatever you're dealing with?
Oh, no.
Right? Yeah. So people that get pissed off a lot are really angry all the time. They are compromising their immune system. So the question that we want to ask ourselves is he worth 5 hours of my immune system? Is she worth 5 hours of my immune system? And the answer will always be no, because nobody is worth your immune system. Because the bottom line is you're the only one that's going to take care of yourself, right?
Right.
I mean, you might have a wife that's going to help you, but the bottom line is we have to be responsible for our own health.
Absolutely.
Yeah. So when I run into people that are really angry, I let them know that, they bitch and moan and complain about things. I says, listen, if you can just get rid of the acidic environment, you're going to feel so much better. And you're going to learn how to cope with, it's not that we're not going to get angry, because we do, we're humans, but you're going to learn how to deal with it. I mean, how many of us had an appointment with the phone company? They were supposed to come between 8 and noon. They didn't show up, and you're sitting around the house and you're, God darn it, where are they, right? And you're moaning and groaning about it. And the reality of it is that guy working for the phone company worth your health?
Or FedEx.
FedEx is a perfect example, right? You were expecting that package and you missed it, right? And
no,
they never
they
showed up.
yeah,
And
yeah, you're looking at
or
the
here we
tracking,
are.
it says it's delivered, and you're like, delivered
What?
where?
Yeah, where? Yeah, and here we are. You know, one of the things that cracks me up a lot is, you know, we can be going down the freeway and, you know, somebody cuts us off, and all of a sudden, you know, we're showing them one of our fingers and, you know, swearing in the car and carrying on like a nutcase, right? The
Right, yeah.
interesting thing is that guy that just cut you off has no idea what he did, and maybe he does, but we don't know him. And we are just destroying our immune system by carrying on like a crazy person in that car. And, you know, when you stop to think about it, you go, why would I allow that person that I don't even know affect me like this? Right? He's not worth my immune system. Right? But we
Yeah.
take it home and the wife opens the door and you're saying, oh gosh, darn it, honey, you wouldn't believe what happened to me, and blah, 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 right? And now
Right.
we've taken all this energy into the house. And
Huh.
now the wife or the husband's walking on eggshells because they're afraid to say anything, right?
Right. Yeah, absolutely.
And see, all of this negativity is what we store in the colon. And that's why all disease manifests from the colon out. That's why your colon is the most important organ in the body. And I have a really cute poem about that, but I won't tell it to you now. But, you know, it is. The colon is the most important part of your entire body because it holds everything. It holds every emotion that you have. It's connected to every limb. It's connected to every organ. It is amazing. And without the colon, we would really be up a creek.
So how often would you recommend somebody do a colon cleanse?
Well, once my patients have done a 10-day cleanse and I know their colon is completely cleansed, then I, you know, depending on that person and their eating habits, and if they travel a lot or, you know, they like to go on cruises or whatever, depending on my patients. But for the average person, I would have them come in like once every 3 months for 1 hour. And that's what we would call a tune-up. So that would be like maintenance.
Okay.
Right. Keeping that colon like a baby colon in there. I had
Literally smooth as a baby's ass, huh?
Oh, completely. I had this guy, he was 71, I think, 72. He came in and he was from out of state. And I kept seeing Barbie shoes go by. And I'm saying, Jim, what is up with the Barbie shoes? And he says, no way. I said, yes, look. And every once in a while, I see a red high heel go by, or, you know, a yellow slipper or a green tennis shoe, you know, and I'm saying, what in the hell? And he said, oh, I can't believe this, Dr. Mary. And I said, tell me this story. This is interesting. He said, well, when I was 5, now this guy's 70, keep in mind, when I was 5, Mary, he says, my mother used to make me play Barbies with my sister, and I hated it. I hated it. And my sister was so anal that she wouldn't play Barbies unless she had all of the pairs of high heels and shoes all lined up. And they had to be perfectly lined up. And he said, I wanted to play G.I. Joes. So I figured out that if I ate one shoe from each department here, that she wouldn't play. And he says, by God, it worked. And he knew that if he threw it in the trash, that mom would find it. So he didn't want to do that. So that's how many years things stay in your system that are synthetic, that are foreign to our body.
Yeah, they just hang out. That
It
body
just
doesn't know
hang
what to do
out.
with it. Yeah.
Yeah. And you would think, you know, especially if you have bowel movements every day, maybe twice a day, you'd think you'd had moved those shoes through that system, right?
Right.
But when our body receives synthetic things, it doesn't know how to process it. It doesn't know what to do with it. It's so smart. So it hangs on to it. And,
So,
the only thing I have ever experienced in my entire career is, 20 gallons of water going in and out of that colon, really doing a nice cleansing. I mean, it's just amazing. So my clients get to view on a 4-foot view tube everything that's leaving their body. A
oh,
lot of people will video it, for 10 days. Some people will take pictures. Some people don't want to look.
oh.
It's really fascinating to see what comes out of your body. You just go, holy crumb. Yeah.
So that
So
$3.78 and change I ate as a child potentially could come out.
that's right, right? I mean, all these things that we have probably consumed over our lifetime, including a lot of preservative stuff, like hot
Right.
dogs, for instance, stays in your system for 8 years.
Wow.
8 years a hot dog. And how many of us were the all-American kid that ate dogs on 4th of July, right?
That means I'm still trying to get that penitentiary food out of me. Jesus Christ.
Right, there you go, right? All
Yeah.
that processed stuff that they bind it with to make you feel full, right?
Yeah. Oh yeah. Blow you up. I had no idea. I was huge when I got out of prison.
Oh, yeah.
yeah.
I have a fellow that just got out of prison about 2 years ago. He was in for 5 years on marijuana. Silly.
Mhm.
And when he got out, he said, "Oh, I just feel so unhealthy." And he went through a 10-day cleanse, and he came in once a month. He said, "Mary, I know I have a buildup, but it was really amazing. The things that you will see. I mean, I remember going through a cleanse myself, and I saw some orange tablets going by, and I'm thinking, what are those? I don't ever remember taking any orange pills. And I called my mom. I said, Mom, when I was a little girl and I had my tonsils out, or, for any of the ear infections that I had, I said, did anybody give me any orange pills? And she says, why do you ask? She says, that's amazing. You remember that. I said, well, I did remember it. I said, but I saw them coming out. She says,
Right.
Dr. Elvin used to give you those for your ear infections all the time. I said, are you serious? Now, I
Wow.
was a little girl, probably about 6-7 years old.
Wow.
So that's, it's just amazing. So,
Let me
Don,
we have a lot of questions in the chat.
yeah, I should let you. Oh, I didn't even know
Yeah.
we were live. I thought it was just you and I and Daryl.
Oh no, we're live on YouTube, darling. You're center stage. What are you talking about?
Oh, goodness gracious. Okay, what are some of the questions?
Let's see. Tamara, 1776. I was a recording secretary for Indiana. Terrible story. Send me an email, Tamara, fearlessfloydshow@yahoo.com. I'd like to talk to you some more. Have you as a potential guest. Let's see. I'm the same national level bodybuilder here. Oh, cool. Yeah, definitely want to talk to you, Tamara. I have a question for Dr. Mary. Women who have gotten the thing that we were told to get over the last 2.5 years, is there anything anything they can begin to do help fight off the substance? Any therapy? Question mark.
Yeah, great question. I get that all the time. With what they have done, I so recommend, a really thorough colon hydrotherapy, because a lot of that stuff that they have injected is getting stored in your precious colon, which is causing a lot more elements than what we're knowing. And you may
Allegedly.
be experiencing being lethargic, or maybe not having such a good attitude sometimes, or being a little bit short, quick to answer somebody, just not feeling right. And so with that being said, anytime we can detox our body, especially with water, and we could, one of the things is with detoxing is a lot of people take a lot of tablets, and there's tons of stuff out on the market and all of them are great. But if you take something like that to detox, you want to detox and get it out of your system as quick as possible. So if you're doing any kind of detoxing, incorporate colon hydrotherapy so you can move it through your system ASAP, because
Okay.
we don't want that stuff lingering in there. So I highly recommend you doing colon hydrotherapy. There isn't anything more powerful than water.
Okay.
And as that water gets in there and cleanses, you're going to feel a whole lot better.
Right. Have you ever assisted anyone in reversing fistulas?
Yes, I'm very familiar with that. Yes. Again, it's a buildup of inflammation. Anytime our body is acidic, we have a lot of inflammation, and inflammation causes so many elements out there. If we can group all of the different elements that we deal with, inflammation is probably the number one. And so again, when you're taking the acidic environment out of that colon and giving it an opportunity to be alkaline, you can live a very extraordinary life. A lot of times, in Western medicine, we have put labels on these different symptoms, and they're just labels.
Right.
So just detox that body and get in and do colon hydrotherapy wherever you live. Just Google colon hydrotherapy and get as many sessions as you can. And in the beginning, you may feel worse before you feel better, because we're stirring up a lot of the toxins that have been stored in the body for so long. And for those of us that have taken medication over our time, the doctors that have given us that because of any elements that you may have, shared with them, those are going to stir up again. And you may start feeling some effects that don't make you feel so good. But I'll tell you, once you start moving those toxins around and you get them out after about 4 or 5 cleanses, you will feel completely different. So it's just removing it as quick as possible.
Right. Okay. Awesome. Let me, do you know Christopher Green from AMT in Hawaii?
No, I don't.
AMT, he has, oh God, I can't remember the name of his initiative. I want to say it's like the Island something initiative. Look him up, Christopher Green, Hawaii.
I will.
Yeah, he's a big crypto guy. That's where he got his money.
Okay. Is she an MD or no?
No,
Oh, okay.
no, he's a very, an influencer, basically.
All right, great.
Let's see this. I'm talking about, let's see. Somebody sends their gratitude. They thanking you for coming on and sharing your story.
I'm so welcome. I love sharing this because this is God's work.
Right. So how long have you been doing this?
For 22 years.
22 years.
Yeah, 22 years on the big island of Hawaii.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Let's see. It's interesting. Jesse's been in here answering questions to the best of his ability.
Oh, great.
My father died.
Alternative media television.
My father died of stage 4 kidney failure last year. My boyfriend has had it for 3 years now, and he's got lots of fluid around his lungs and has to have it drained.
All right, great.
Hey, Floyd.
Yes.
Sorry to interrupt there. I was listening on YouTube, so I'm a little behind on where you're at.
Right.
I wanted to quickly chime in and talk about Christopher Green. He lives in Hawaii, and he's doing something called the Island Project.
Yeah. that's what I
Okay.
thought.
And he has his own YouTube channel, just like Floyd does. And he talks about various things from crypto to investing to starting private member association communities and things of that nature. So, you know, look into him and it might be up your alley, and you might be find something that you find interesting and that, you know, at the end of the day might serve you some purpose, right?
Absolutely. Yes. I'm very excited to look that up. Thank you.
You're welcome.
It's nice being surrounded around like-minded people.
Absolutely.
Mhm.
Can't argue with that one.
Sometimes out here in Hawaii, I feel like I'm all alone, going through this journey. So it'll be nice to have some people here to talk to.
Yeah, there's a bunch of good people. I have one of my students out there. I don't know exactly what island she's on. But yeah, she's a real go-getter. She's one of my volunteers that are going to help organize all my files.
Oh, fantastic.
Yeah. Yeah.
May-
I don't
Maybe you
I
could-
don't think she knows what she's getting into.
Yeah, that's an understatement. Yeah, I mean, I don't know
Is
which
always-
I'm retiring, but got to work cut out for her.
Yeah, it sounds like a big project.
Yeah.
Oh,
Let me see. I had my other next guest on here, and I guess he
okay.
jumped back off because I had him in the waiting room. I wanted to finish going through the questions with you.
Oh,
Uh,
I'm sorry.
No, that's fine. No, it's everything happens for a reason.
Yeah.
You're here for a reason. Now that I have you here, I'd like to definitely have you back on as much as possible. Because
Mm.
people like you are just too hard to find. Very invaluable to everybody, to mankind. Absolutely.
Thank you, Floyd. Thank you.
Yes. Yep. And if we can get a network of you generous people, because you've seen the other side, so now you're like, okay, I've taken and provided to this big ugly monster that I despise now. I'm gonna go over here and be as generous as I can. Correct?
Yeah. Oh, absolutely. Yeah. I remember my professor at the UCLA, I kept saying, it makes a lot of sense to me, Dr. David Katzen, that if we could just do colon hydrotherapy before we start pumping these people with drugs, perhaps they would get well. And
Right.
he kept saying, Dr. Mary, you're really pushing your buttons around here. And I said, listen, it makes all the sense in the world. I said, we know that the colon's the most important part of our human body here. And I said, so why wouldn't we take notice to that? I said, we keep giving these patients more and more drugs, and we have to raise the milligrams because they're not feeling the effects, because they can't feel the effects because of the impaction in the colon. So why wouldn't we take these patients and get them cleansed out first? And then I'm not completely against drugs. However, 86% of drugs are given wrongfully. And I said, and you know that, we know that. Why don't we practice that?
Absolutely.
And he says,
I know
he
why.
says,
I know
yeah.
why you practice that, because they don't want to cure illnesses. They just want to treat symptoms, because there's no
That's
money in
right.
curing illnesses.
That's
No.
exactly right. And when I left school, he said, you're going to be one broke doctor. And I said, you know what? I'd rather be one broke doctor and know that I was helping and healing, opposed to what you folks here are asking me to do. I said, I live in a small island. I see people on a daily basis out and about, and I would never be able to live with my conscience recommending the drugs that you guys are promoting here.
Well,
And I said,
that's
and you know
inspiring.
better.
I appreciate that you take your Hippocratic oath very serious.
Oh,
That
I do.
means
I
a lot
really
to me.
do.
Anybody else out there listening to this, we need more people who do things for the right reason and do what ought to be done for the right reason. And it's unfortunate that we live in a world today where everybody's money driven and that they're not
Yes.
interested in doing what's what ought to be done in those regards. It's all about trying to make money. So I
Right,
I
right.
salute you on that one, and I appreciate you very much for saying that.
Thank you. Yeah, I always try to live to do the best that I can each and every day. And I live as if, and I always taught my children this, when you put your head on that pillow every night, you make sure if you've done wrong to somebody or you're feeling something, you need to correct it before you put your head down, because we have to live like that each and every day. We are up against so much adversary out there that it's vital that we live with as much love and kindness that we can, and when we do that, we just receive so many rewards. And Lord's blessed me, even though I've been pretty much homeless for almost a year now. I have been so blessed to meet people. Had that situation had not happened in my life, I would not have met Daryl and Charlie and some very prominent people in my life. So I feel honored and blessed to have the privilege and meeting you, Floyd.
Yeah,
I would not have met you folks had this not have happened to me.
yeah, absolutely. Everything's happening
So
for a reason. This is divine
yeah,
intervention, and it's an alignment.
right. And I've been told by many that, Mary, your teachings need to go further than just here in Hawaii. You need to get your knowledge out there.
Okay.
And one of the things that I have been working very hard on is to complete a book that I'm writing. And I want to be able to go out and speak about colon hydrotherapy and share my book, because my book ties into colon hydrotherapy so perfectly.
Wow.
And I'm hoping to get it done.
That would be a
Yeah,
nice balance with you lecturing on or doing a presentation on colon hydrotherapy, as well as Ed doing his on urology, urine therapy.
absolutely. Yes, they
Yeah,
all are just beautiful modalities
he's
that,
he swears by it.
oh yeah, they're powerful.
I
You
don't know
know,
anything about it.
yeah, well, you're going to learn all about it, I'm sure, at the seminar that is coming up.
Well, I'm going to talk to him privately. So when I talk to him privately, I'll get the the lowdown.
Yeah, uh-huh.
Wow.
Yeah.
So go ahead.
Oh, I was just going to share with you, the book that I'm writing is all
Okay.
about communications, and it's called The 3-Minute Rule, All Glory to God.
Okay.
And the reason why I chose that is because I saw in my clinic for the past 22 years, as people tend to hold on to their thoughts and they hold on to their feelings because they don't want to share it, in fear of somebody breaking them down, or maybe somebody reprimanding them, or they might be in fear of somebody yelling at them, when they're sharing their thoughts and their feelings. And this has happened to us since we were wee high, right? Nobody likes
Right.
to be reprimanded. So when we hang on to these emotions and we're not able to get them out and speak about them, it becomes, again, very acidic. And a lot of women go through this. I'm sure men do too. I've seen it both. But a lot of women hold on to thoughts and feelings because they're afraid of what their spouse might say or do. So they just keep quiet to keep the peace.
Uh,
Yeah, they're kind of like the pillar in the family, right? The women, and they're looked at like the main hub there, even though the husband is the most important person in the family. Women will hang on to a thought or feeling so it doesn't interrupt a thought with the partner. And so this causes a very acidic environment. And that's why a lot of women later on in their life get very sick or start to have elements, because they've held on to so much. And, at some point, you just open up like a tea kettle and you really let it all out. Now that is even more acidic. And
Oh,
so
wow,
this book
really?
is about, yeah,
Really?
this book is, oh, yes. So, I mean, how many times have you had something to share with your wife and you maybe held back because you were a little bit hesitant as to how she may respond to it?
Oh, well,
So you
yeah,
said, well, maybe, or maybe you might have sugarcoated the story a little bit, so it wasn't as drastic as the story really was.
right,
So, so the wife didn't respond. Maybe a decision you made, or maybe something that you chose to do, and you knew maybe it wasn't the right thing to do at the right moment. Maybe you stopped and had a drink with the buddies, and your wife needed you home, doing some repair work. And, so you told her you stopped by at your buddies very lightly,
right,
right? Because you didn't want her to be upset. So what happens in communication worlds, our parents unknowingly have set us up to be liars, and not intentionally. And this lying has gone on to, a young teen, and then into our adulthood, and then into our marriages, not intentionally and not even thinking about it. But in our subconscious mind, we don't like to be reprimanded. We don't like to be disciplined. So we will say to our partners or to our friends what we think they want to hear. So we're not in trouble, or we don't want them to be disappointed, or we don't want to hurt their feelings. All of these thought processes come into our communication brain waves. And so we may, it's like you getting home from work and the children are all coloring on the beautiful white wall you just painted. And your first reaction is screaming at them, right? You're just like, OMG, why did you guys do this? Who did this? Right? And all the kids say, not me, Dad. Everybody, not me, because nobody wants to be reprimanded. So we teach them to lie. We just taught them to lie because they're scared to death, because they know Dad will really go off. So what happens is I teach people is when you get home from work and you see something like that, instead of yelling at the child or the partner or whatever person's in front of you, just say, Max, I see that there's lots of paint on this wall that Dad just painted. And I'm really disappointed and I'm really upset because that took me all day to do. Would you like, Max, to take 3 minutes and share with me why you chose to do that? And Dad has to zip it. And then Max might say, well, Johnny made me do it. Or I'm sorry, Dad, we were just bored, or whatever they say. Kids say the wildest things, we all know. And so when you speak to somebody like that, you're allowing them to share with you truth, because now they're not scared of Dad. They're not intimidated. They're not frightened, because you spoke to them in a very nice fashion. And you are asking, why did you choose to do that? Because when we say something in 3 minutes or less, we're very monotone. But when you get past that 3-minute mark, you are raising your voice and you're going off. And then you go, and remember when you did blah, 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 right?
and
And we
there's the
don't
guilt
like
and
that.
shame, right?
Right, right. And
Yeah,
so now all of a sudden they're scared to death. Shit, I can't tell Dad anything because he goes off, right?
right, yeah, yeah,
So
absolutely,
this whole, yeah, we've lost this. We've lost the form of communication, and nobody has taught us how to really communicate with love. And when we do it in 3 minutes or less, we could do it without intimidation, without fear, without feeling we're going to get our fanny beat, all of that.
right,
And so what has happened in our generation is we respond very quickly. And we respond very quickly because generally speaking, we don't feel good, or we've been overworked, or we're, doing two jobs at once, trying to get the house fixed, trying to get the money on the table. It just goes on and on and on, what we are up against in our world today. So this book to me is so important to get out, so we can start teaching the young generation and also the old generation how to start communicating with their children, because the teenagers don't even talk anymore.
Yeah.
They're on those devices, and they often go to those devices because there's no communication in the household.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah, that's kind of like their pacifier. Nobody's going to yell at me on this iPhone, right? I'm going to be okay in my room where nobody sees me anymore. So we've had a lot of division. And then, of course, this pandemic was a real illustration of division. So it even was happening more where people were on their devices and there's no communication. And I saw it way too often when we would go out and have dinner, where there'd be four beautiful women sitting around a table and they're all using their phones. They're not
Right.
even talking to each other. And
Yeah.
you go, what happened here? There's no more communication. So that book for me is absolutely one of my dreams, for me to get it out and about on the market. And I would love to be able to travel and not only share colon hydrotherapy, but how they can communicate so they don't hang on to this acidic stuff and have to do colon hydrotherapy on a monthly basis. Because
Right.
we can learn how to control this, but we were never schooled. Nobody ever taught us some of these basic things in our life. They just sort of threw us right out of the nest,
Right.
and off we went.
And this is
And
something that Ed and I just discussed on the phone privately before I got on to this live call, is education system. that
yes,
Health for the body. We talk about law, all this different stuff that we already know is in place that you're not getting taught, that here we are, in our 30s, 40s, 50s, 60s, 70s, even having
yeah,
to learn everything we learned to relearn all this new stuff, how things really work.
right.
Yeah. So I have a couple guests that just came on, Doc, and I hate to cut you off because this is an excellent subject, and I'm definitely going to have you back on the show.
No problem.
Yeah, I have the legend, the GOAT, James C. Lovett in the house, aka the Bad Wolf up here, as well as Dave Roberts. And Dave is a former national, I believe. He's on my list to call for an Annabon Wright show. So everybody pretty much knows who the Bad Wolf is. But James, come on here and give you a quick little bio of who you are, how to reach you, what you're all about. And then we'll jump into Dave. He can do the same thing. And then we'll get into Dave's topics unless you have something to add, James.
All right, let me unmute myself here. All right, so yeah, thank you, Floyd, for bringing me on the show. Always good to see you, brother. Thank you for everybody who's here, Daryl, Jess, Dr. Mary, and Dave Roberts. So thank you for having me on. My name is James C. Lovett. I am the Bad Wolf. I'm the guy who shows people how to use their passport to change their standing from a U.S. citizen to a non-citizen national, or AKA a state citizen or national of the United States. We also cover things such as doing a right to travel, and we deal with mortgage fraud. We deal with property taxes, and pretty much anything where we have the rights and freedoms to operate as natural private persons. So that's a little bit about me. You can find me on YouTube.com at the @ thebadwolf.com, or at the Bad Wolf. Or else just James C. Lovett, all one word. Also on YouTube. My site is blacksite32.com. And I just want to thank you guys for having me here. And I will answer any questions as we go. Otherwise, I will digress and pass it over to Mr. Dave Roberts. And take it away, brother. You.
Try again. There you
Yeah,
go.
thank you. Thank you,
You're more than welcome.
Floyd, for inviting me to this blog show. This is an honor and a privilege to get my message out. I've been doing this for 33 years, non-payment of income tax for that period of time. I am a founder of the Ohio State General Assembly and established about 9 other state assemblies across the United States. Moving towards bringing in bilateral social compacts into these states, which removes the people from under the oppression of the Attorney General under the Buck Act of 1940, and allowing us to establish common law grand juries and bring forth the power of the people under the 7th Amendment, which is our founding fathers had given us to bring forth and stop this tyranny that's been pressed upon us, along with the assembly established under the First Amendment. So that's just some of the highlights of what I do and is doing. I also am implementing an old process that has been buried, and it's called Common Law to I, where you create your own court. That's what the I stands for. And the process in doing that and holding the public officials, including corporations, accountable for their actions under trespass and harm placed upon the individuals. And this is following God's law, God's rules. There's only 2 laws in the universe, and they create a lot of laws, but all the laws they create is color of law. And we only have 2 laws, that is, cause no harm or do no harm upon another man or woman, and do not trespass upon themselves or their property. And if you don't do either one of those, you have not broken a law. So, and when they try to pull you over and enforce a traffic violation, each and every one of you out there should be asking that patrol officer, who did I harm? Who did I trespass upon? And if they say no, you're done. You're done. They can do whatever they want, but you're done because you have not broken the law. So you don't have to give them paperwork. You don't have to give them any proof of evidence. And by the way, when you give them driver's license, registration, and proof of insurance, that's self-incrimination. It's a violation of the 5th Amendment. So keep that all in mind. So from there, whoever wants to speak next.
Well, I'm going to ask you a question. You reached out to me, probably through email, regarding, and forgive me, I get thousands of them. I don't remember exactly why you reached out to me, but
Yeah, now that'd been a long time ago.
Hey, I tell everybody, it may take me a minute, but I'll get to you. So I'm a man of my word. So exactly, if you remember, why did you reach out to me?
Well, I feel I have a strong message that needs to be put out to as many people as possible. The people, all power is inherent in the people. If you read any state constitution across this land, most likely in Article 2 of the state constitutions, it will state that all power is inherent in the people. Nowhere in any state constitution does it say the government has any power. And the people need to begin to understand that. And then how do they take their power back is they come into a lawful assembly that they can establish in their individual communities. And by establishing these assemblies, they can then start to take back the power because they become de jure. A de jure government is a government of the people, by the people, for the people, on the land. And the Constitution is on the land. And the Bar-Gill Court has taken us out to sea. And we need to bring ourselves back onto the land. And how you do that is under constitutional law of bringing into an assembly and then making a settlement. You settle your assembly on the land. There's a process for doing that. And the word needs to get out. And so I'm looking for platforms such as yourself to, spread that information, help people understand how they can, as a community, come forth, establish their assembly, put their bilateral social compact in place, and then establish a common law grand jury. And with the common law grand jury established, now they can move forward and holding the government accountable for their actions. And because they're dejured, the people of the assembly can temporarily, in an interim position, take over those positions where the public official has been removed until proper and legal or lawful elections can be held. There is no legal, only lawful.
Right. Okay, awesome. So have you been involved in any of the established assemblies, i.e. David Strait, Anna Von Reitz, or Destry Payne, or any of the others?
Okay, all of those assemblies, American state assemblies, the National Assembly, they're all top-down assemblies, like a private corporation.
Right.
A correct and proper assembly starts at the bottom in a grassroots, and it builds up from the delegates, from the assemblies, elect their delegates to go up to the next stage, and then they elect their delegates to go to the next stage. So you start out at the townships and the counties to build your state assembly, and then from that you build your national assembly with all the states coming together. You need roughly 36 states to have a convention of state. That's the proper way to do it. Now there's an organization out there called Convention of States, and they're trying to bring about a convention of states. The problem with that is who's going to show up to Convention of States? Right now, it's going to be the bar. We don't want the bar running our world. We don't want the bar running our government. Right now, the bar is writing all the laws in this country. The local bar, the state bar, the national bar are writing all the law for legislation to be passed. And we got to stop all that. We want to take it back to a republic form of government for the people, by the people, of the people, and the people are in charge, not the bar guild, not some corporation, which we currently are under and we're being oppressed by. So those organizations, Anna Van Ritz, National Assembly.net, Life Force, there's a bunch of them out there, are all top-down operations. And any assembly mechanism that's top-down is a communistic system. It's a centralized government, just like we currently have in this country. We're a top-down organization out of Washington. Washington writes all the rules and regulations, and everybody else has to follow.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, that is very well put. I'm not out here to beat Anna Von Reitz up. The ideology, spot on. Have never had any problem with that. Her historical antidotes of why things are and how things should be, I would say probably 90% of that, maybe even more, spot on. I don't think she's writing it personally myself. That's my own opinion. I think she has a team of ghostwriters who produce all this literature that she publishes. Anybody on here who's done any extensive writing and research will know that it's exhaustive, and to continually produce the quantitative literature that she's putting out is almost humanly impossible, especially at her age.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, the problem with Anna, besides having a blood oath with the Vatican,
right,
she only puts out like 87% accuracy of her information.
Mhm.
And there's enough of a loophole in her information that it gets people in trouble. And I refer to the Colorado 9 that followed her as gospel. And when they got in trouble with the federal government, she bailed on him.
Oh, absolutely.
She hung him out there. And, you know, from that day forward, I had nothing to do with Anna Van Ryn, you know.
Right.
You don't do that. You
Yeah.
don't hang people out there after they were disciples following you and your beliefs. And then when they got in trouble doing what you'd recommend for them to do, then they bailed on you.
Right.
So
Absolutely.
not healthy, not good at all. So there's something else that that I think is critical for everybody out there, all your listeners, is this. We have a system that was stolen, which was the constitutional law, the Bill of Rights, and the Declaration of Independence, Articles of Confederation, and the Bar Guild, which is an enemy agent of this land from the Crown, infiltrated our legal system and instituted their laws. Now, what are their laws? Their laws are the statutes and codes they enforce upon us at the county level, state level, federal level, and all the different imposes and rules and regulations and encumbrances that they put upon us for the purpose of generating money for the system. Okay, and that's the only reason it's there. It's that what people don't understand. I'm sure you guys got some powerful listeners on this call right now that know this stuff, but behind the veil of these courts is a bonding mechanism that every one of you that get an indictment or a citation, go before the court. That little fine that they impose upon you, that's just paying the taxes on the real money behind the scene. And the real money behind the veil, the Wizard of Oz, so to speak, is every traffic ticket, $6 million. Every seatbelt infraction, $6 million. Every Child Protection Service Act that goes before the court, $6 million. And I've been in municipal courts where they've had 100 people lined up for traffic court. That's $6 million a pop per traffic incident. You know, and then they entrap you in contempt of court, saying, well, if you can't pay the fine of $300, you can pay $25 a month or per week or whatever the case may be. And then
Right.
you miss a week, now they have the right to throw you in jail.
Mhm.
That's slavery.
Yeah.
That's a direct violation of the Constitution. Throwing you, I mean, the same thing with fathers who can't pay their child support. You know,
Right.
they're throwing you in jail. I'm sorry, that's all indentured servitude. So,
Yep.
I mean, we're back under the king's rule.
Yep.
So,
Yep. You have any questions for David there, James?
Oh, no, I was just definitely agreeing, with everything he was saying. I mean, that's peonage, you're
correct.
you're forcing somebody to do something, contract, have joinder or whatever else. And yeah, they're milking the system. All these people, unfortunately, we've been groomed into being statutory citizens versus territorial. And so we're part of the corporation operating as federalized state employees. So we're subject to all of their codes, rules, and regulations because the average person, they don't know what's going on. The moment you use their stuff, such as the all caps name that's registered with them, you put on a smock for their corporation and you become chattel property. And then we, because we don't know any better, we don't know our rights and our freedoms, start registering our house, our kids, ourselves. And once again, we fall right back into everything that's theirs. We're pledging to them that we are theirs. Even the use of the zip code, brings you into their paper level jurisdiction. We the people, we own the land. Like it's like having a bed and then somebody throws a sheet or a comforter over it and then say, oh, well, we own this. No, we own the bed, but they own the blanket. But if you use things to signify you're on the blanket level, like a zip code, then you're agreeing that you're operating everything in their jurisdiction. You know, a lot of people think they own everything that they have, but everything you've obtained with that all capitalized name that's registered to them is in fact being put into that particular trust. So people need to get their own stuff. They need to realize what's going on, transfer their things into a private trust, and live under the Constitution, or really God's law, if you really want to break it down to that point. But the Constitution ensures that they can't go too far and do two things, you know. So we're the creators of that, and we need to get back to our private, natural persons and live free, or die on our knees. That's pretty much it.
Right. I'd like to talk or address to that. I teach law common to I, and if you stand as a man or a woman and only stand as a man or a woman, and you don't accept any of the titles, like what Bad Wolf was referring to, you have jurisdictional authority over the government. And you don't address the government, you don't address a corporation, you address the man, like the CEO of the corporation, and you don't use his title, you address him as his name in all lowercase, and you have taken him in this corporation, and now you have elevated him to the level of man, okay, into the jurisdiction under the Bible, okay? And now it's man versus man. And when you do that, and you do it with your information is true, it's factual, and you have evidence there, then you can press your claim in claims court, not the Bar Guild's administrative court, which is a fraudulent court. Okay, it's a controlled, monopolized court controlled by the bar. They create their own rules, their own regulations. Like, for instance, you cannot enter this court unless you're an attorney. Really? Where does that say that in Article 3 of the Constitution? Well, that we're not in Article 3 court. We're in a Article 2 court under military rule. That's what allows that court to exist, that administrative court. And when you move into claim, now you're moving into an Article 3 court, and you're man versus man, and you can have a trial by jury. Under a Bar Guild court, it's a jury trial, which is manipulated and controlled by the judge and the prosecutor. In a claims court, it's an upfront Article 3 court with your peers. And you can ask for American national to be on your court, that you don't want any US citizens on your jury because they're not your peers, because they would not have a clue of the subject matter in which you're going to be discussing. And you're always looking for peace, and you're always looking for remedy in a claims court, whereas in a Bar Guild court, it's opposition, it's controversy, and it's man in disagreement with another man, and they are arguing over an opinion. Both of them have an opinion. No facts. It's on assumptions and presumptions and hearsay. And then that's presented, and the judge, not a magistrate, which in a claims court you have a magistrate. Magistrate can only act on your orders. A judge, he has an opinion, and he exercises that opinion based on which individual, which party gave the stronger argument. And then he decides who the winner is. That's not justice. That's not justice at all. Matter of fact, it elevates the judge to the status of a king, because he's making wishes and placing wishes upon the people. That system's all wrong. It does not serve the people.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Well, guys, it's 5 o'clock. I need to wrap this up because I have other things to do. I apologize. Wish we had more time. I don't have much anymore. So I've got a couple.
I can relate to that.
Yeah. man, it's overwhelming. So
That autoresponder, James.
What's
okay.
that?
I said, thanks for that autoresponder and the email.
Oh, did I? I was flying through about 200 emails today. So
Yeah, he's like, you sent me James' email and I got an auto response.
oh, there's always one at the bottom of it. There should have been some info. If not, just put in it, hey, it's Jess Henley on the
I
tab,
did.
so I know it's you.
It said co-producer of the Fearless Floyd show on the header, on the subject
Oh.
matter.
I might
It's
have
all
hit
good, brother.
send
I know
before.
that's-
Yeah, I apologize. I might hit send before I actually typed. Like I said, I had about 200 emails today, which is not uncommon. So apologize, but I'll get to you.
It's all good, man. It's all good. I just wanted to poke at you a little bit about it. My background here.
All right, kids, let me wrap this up. James, stay on. I want to thank my first guest, Eric Dingis, for being on here and had to jump off. He is actually right now starting his interview with Dr. Lee Merritt. I want to thank Daryl Link, Charlie Danielson, Dr. Mary, and what's your last name, Dr. Mary?
It's Dressler.
Okay. Thank you for being on the show. You will come back. Daryl, please be sure to give her my contact information. I want to thank David for coming on. And as always, the legendary GOAT, the Bad Wolf. Thank you for coming on at such short notice.
Yeah, thank you. It was a pleasure to be here.
Yeah, I'll have you guys back on. Don't worry about it. Everybody, like, subscribe, share, hit the notification bell, leave a comment below if you need to reach me, fearlessfloydshow@yahoo.com. Fearlessfloydshow.com is my website that's behind me. I've got trust classes, VCR classes that I put on. Go to my website, go to James's website, go to Dr. Mary's website, get involved. We have a child abduction here in Texas, so be on the aware of that. Thank you guys for all coming on the show, and I will see you next time. Thank you.
Aloha. Thank you.
God bless.